Alrighty. Glancing around hectically to see if everything is all set up and ready to go. Hi, I'm Chris from Airwindows, and we're going to do another live stream. And in this particular case, it is going to be a live stream where we're coding a whole bunch of stuff, but I also have to start it out a little bit differently than usual, and I'll tell you why. It's because I haven't had breakfast yet, because I was so caught up in things that I was doing that I didn't actually get up to speed in the morning fast enough. I had too much else going on, but in a good way. So I think what I'm going to do is kind of jump over into here. Well, check this out. I don't know if it's going to be too loud for you. Maybe it will, maybe it will not. But we have my Airwindows meter, which I have in this fetching wood green color at the moment. And I am going to switch over to SWB audio. Actually, no, let's leave it at the speakers for the moment. And I'm going to have my breakfast while we enjoy this weird noise, and then we're going to build on doing more stuff along the lines of how this noise was made. So give me a sec. I'm going to eat my little omelet that I made for myself, and then we're going to go on and do a bunch of coding, probably make another cup of coffee and do a bunch of stuff. There, that wasn't too long, was it? That's about as long as I usually need to have breakfast, because I make a one-egg omelet in the French omelet style, and that's what I have. Although on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays, I also have a croissant with some boursin cheese on it. Let's show you something else while we're at it. This is what I did yesterday. We've got sliders, boom, 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 boom. That's right. It's not perfect because they're designed for an aspect ratio different from this. And what I mean by that is these sliders adapt themselves to the width that they are, but you can stretch them out to be whatever length you might want them to be. So we'll usually be using them in a context kind of like this, where I close that again. Now they are accessible, and I should be able to stack them up and do all the things I need to do with them. There's labels for them. As long as you don't make the aspect ratio get too weird, it draws pretty cleanly. There's a lot of fussing that went into that. And we've even got some stuff, here I'll bounce them back to the original setting. If you remember the way the knob went, and let's see, you can see that the slider also has the same style of thumb that existed on the knob, where we've got this little chamfered edge, and it's smooth, but it has a slightly different appearance because it's a rounded rectangle. It's a slightly different curve there. And I think that is a nice looking style of slider, particularly when we remember that, seeing as it is subject to Airwindows globals, we can simply do this and then save it, immediately load it back up again, and now it's going to be in the default Airwindows gray, except for I've picked a different font, and the labeling does in fact honor the font. And here you can see that we have an even nicer look on the colors because we're not trying to put it over a background, although we could put it over like a brushed aluminum or stainless steel background and it would work just fine. The knobs, this is a heavily tilted knob, have the same look when they're flat. When you're viewing them wildly off axis, it doesn't look quite the same. There is the possibility of also making the faders look as if they have tilt, but I am of two minds about whether I really want to do that because it looks pretty nice just viewed dead on. I might want to save the tilted ones for controls in the top and bottom edge of things where I can fit them into a smaller space with a larger reachable area for clicking on. Good morning, Florian. And so I did these yesterday. Again, they are not perfect. You can see that it's cropping off the top edge a little bit, but I should be able to fix that simply by making it adjustable. Using the very handy little melatonin inspector, which is part of what Sudara has done. And if I do that with each of these, see how it's expanding in size, but width doesn't change this, but size makes it adapt differently. And if we have it as a very tiny size, you can fit lots of these babies into an interface and it's still pretty legible. But you'll notice as you expand it that far, it doesn't actually go to the edges. But when you click on it, see your click doesn't quite line up with where the thing is drawn. And that's because I had to scale it down to fit into the size of the interface. Which suggests that I could also adjust that. And that might be something to do. And you can see with this one, which is a larger fader, there's a larger slot to it. It is more set up so that it appears to fit within the size it's meant to fit within. And there's just a lot of stuff that I'm doing with all of this because we're moving towards being able to release Console X. And I've been putting a lot of work in on that. And this being one of the things. And again, we've got all of this other stuff going on. that's working just fine. One of the things I was thinking about, firstly, the reason I have to have this is because when I make my, not that you can really see this terribly well. Actually, there's a way I could show that. Just a moment. Here we go. That. So that is basically the interface I'm looking to get, and by that I mean literally. It is a MIDI controller from this company, Yeltex. I was just recently talking on Reddit on the audio engineering. People were talking about Behringer's new stuff. And I was like, I guess what I'm going to have to do is, since somebody is out there flooding the market with cheap analog knockoffs of synthesizers, you can't actually go and be a synthesizer maker anymore. If you are, you're probably doing interesting things like, Behringer will have a tricky time competing with Bastel, because Bastel makes these little jelly bean-like synthy things. And the reason they can do it is because the parts they're working with are like AT-Tinys. And they've done a variety of stuff. Drum sequencers, noise makers. Most recent is Bastel ARP. It's also on the same basic framework. It's just a reprogramming of it. And that one will generate little arpeggios. And you can do various things with that. I'm kind of hot to get some of those. And Yeltex here has come up with a way of combining sets of 4 controllers or 2 controllers or 1 controller into a sort of modulation. Firstly, it's a modular layout. And secondly, they have these things that you can drop in as sort of chunks where you specify, this is my chunk of 4 sliders. You don't get to have a slider and then one of the little knobs in between them. You have to pick 4 sliders at a time, but then they can plunk that onto their system, wire it up, presumably with little ribbon cables or something, to the central processor, and make a MIDI controller at your specifications. So as soon as I found out about this, I was like, this is going to be console. Console X is, I'm going to get one of these and I'm going to start mixing stuff. Now, what I ended up running into was, firstly, it's costly, but I have to, a lot of the things that I do, I kind of have to go forward with them, whether I'm going to really be able to afford them or not, and just trust that people will have my back, which these days I see that it seems to be kind of working. And secondly, you got to design the thing. And so I've designed a console-based system on the back of these little 4-controller setups. Like it can have all this information punched out and able to go. And then you define things in sets of 4, like these 4 sliders, these 4 knobs that don't get to have labels on them. The sliders, you get to have a label on them. Those knobs are too small, so you can't. But the bigger knobs, you get to have labels on those as well. And so I've ordered one with all of this already set up. And then I ran into the problem of these. And I've come up with a solution which I think is really good. Although technically, if I had known I was doing this, I might have changed the labeling. And I probably could still amend it, but I don't want to go back to them and bug them about these things, because it's like, I would just as soon, and Florian says, to make interesting things is the way to compete with cheap analog knockoffs. That's not so bad. Correct. But there's all kinds of meaning behind that I was saying in the Reddit thread on audio engineering. Or synthesizers. It could have been synthesizers that I was talking about that in. Because it's all very well to flood the market with these analog devices. What do those do? Well, they do something not wildly different from, like, you compare, for instance, a Behringer Roland knockoff with what Roland has been doing with reissues. And the Behringer thing basically blows the Roland thing out of the water, not because it's that much more faithful, although that kind of is, but because typically Behringer is building analog devices and making the right choices, as far as I've seen, with where they cut corners and where they don't. Like surface mount components are typically going to be basically okay. They'll choose them wisely. I've seen them use big old honkin' switches when they didn't have to, and that contributes to the sound of the device. They seem to have people who have a clue about this stuff. Roland would just make a soft synth inside a box and call it the reissue. And you can do that with a plugin, so I'm less excited by the Roland stuff. But once you have it, what do you have? So I am increasingly frustrated. Give me a second. I am going to edit this because I've got that. And then I think here I'm going to have some choices around the automatic chapters, language, recording data. Okay, what do I have to do to not have to hit skip ads every time it goes? Oh, there we go. Edit settings, monetization. Yeah, never mind. YouTube is not actually helping me that much in that way, so heck with it. Maybe it'll even remember that. Now I no longer have to make excuses for the live streams, going like those of you who haven't already blocked ads, because it really doesn't help me anyway. It's not significant, and it's begun to annoy me. So never mind. Never mind. We're going to have an adless stream unless something happens where YouTube throws them in anyway, which is not impossible. That is possible for them to do, but I'm not going to ask them to. And then go, oh, sorry about that. Also, I'm noticing that I'm not convinced that turning the ads on helps you with the YouTube algorithm. I would have thought that that would be something that they would care about and want, but I don't really see it, so whatever. Leave it on the main videos. Maybe I'll learn to make them shorter so that they don't feel that they can throw in mid-rolls. And never mind. Heck with them. Let's think about this stuff instead. Here's the thing. I'm designing this stuff, and I set up the MIDI controller for Console X with 12 faders, as you see here. And so my assumption was I'm going to go and have channels 1 through 12 in Reaper assigned to a fader, but then you click on the channel to manipulate all this other stuff on top. And when I do a console bus, it's going to be based off of meter, and so it will be constantly showing that information, and it will show up top here. And then the part underneath it is going to be the layout, and there won't be the faders because there will be one fader to the side because it needs to be part of the controls. But only the control surface gets to have these, and then I started trying to make it happen in Reaper, because Reaper is what I use. I will leave it to other people's imagination. If they get one of these, do they specify that stuff? And do they include all of those? I did make a couple of designs for Console X operating systems that didn't have bank of faders. So then the question becomes, can I take the controls for Console X, and the faders, the controls are, if you click on a track, you are then editing that track. And you have a joystick for bass, low mid, high mid, and treble, all that. It's up and down for boost and cut, side to side for frequency. The little bank of knobs in the middle are the bandwidth. And the whole thing basically just goes the way that you would expect it to. You dial it in, you move on to the next track, and so on. Can I, in fact, take the faders, which are going to be distinct MIDI controllers, and rather than assigning them all to the one track I'm working on, assign them to different tracks each time? And the answer is I don't immediately see how to do that, which is a bit of a downer, but not really. Because, as you remember, I started out with this itty-bitty little controller. Itty-bitty little controller, Music Thing Modular. Cost about $100. I built it myself. You may notice that I have a very prideful looking thing. There's a couple of reasons for that. It's not simply, symboling and sending messages. Not that I'm averse to that. I'm friendly with a bunch of folks who are unusual in various ways. But I also like colors. I like paints and colors and things, and there's nothing wrong with that either. And so I thought to myself, what would it take to make my sliders be assigned to colors instead of channels? And if I can get that to work, I can start experimenting with it before even having the full-size control surface using this. This sends MIDI controls just like the big one will. So what would these colors mean? And the answer is basically whatever I want them to mean. But I have a specific idea in mind which I think I can probably make work. So my initial thought was, okay, it's going to be tracks 1 through 12. I've seen a bunch of other people doing mixing work, and in particular, I was paying attention to Chris Lord-Alge because he's working on SSLs and is very gung-ho about that. And I was focusing on a console SL idea, which is where a lot of these controls come from, where the concept of 4 bands of parametric comes from, where having track-by-track dynamics, including gating, comes from. A lot of that stuff comes from those things. And so the idea is if I could do anything I wanted, what would that be? And the answer is becoming repurposing these. We're in a DAW. They don't have to be aligned to just one control. There's a recent Mix with the Masters released a tribute thing to Steve Albini where they released the Mix with the Masters session by him on YouTube at no charge to honor his legacy and his work and stuff. And so I began watching it, although it's 4 hours. It's a fun watch. It wasn't teaching me that much I didn't already know because I'm also old and have been derping around in the industry for a while. But it was very useful to see how he went about doing things. And when he got on the actual console, which was a big old AMAC, or I forget exactly what console he's got, a sort of heavily automated Neve variation. He started showing out stuff that he could do. And you'd move one fader, like you see here. And then he would click on a touch a fader. He would also touch a fader with the end of a Sharpie, which doesn't make an electrical connection to it. And so therefore it didn't know it was sending a signal, and he moved it freely. And then touched another fader, and that one, using its little motor, snapped back to its position. And he was like, this is how I can do things and then have everything snap to the new setting. All stuff that relates to big console work rather than what we're doing in DAWs. And one of the things he had going on was, this is my controller for all of the guitars or all of the vocals together. And they would all have their own little controls. They'd all have their own little faders. He'd be manipulating this other fader over to the side And all of those ones would go up and down together. They would be going up and down in the same ratio, which is fitting because it's like that's how a system will work. It's designed to, he's like ganging them up so that they all adjust their individual settings by the multiplier of the other one that was moving them all together. And then he would have another thing which was moving basically groups of things together, and he'd start fiddling with that knob, that slider, again, a full-length slider, and all of the stuff would be moving around. And it would all be moving. He'd basically have motorized faders combined together into banks of other motorized faders, combined together into banks of motorized faders, all sitting on a motorized fader. Now, the console that you need to do that with costs millions of dollars. You can rent time at Electrical Audio. I'm sure they're still working. But that's a little inaccessible. So if you were going to do something like that in a DAW, what would it be? And I'll tell you what I arrived at, because I was fooling around in Reaper and checking out what my track colors were. And here is a little printout that I made. And the track colors that I like to use are basically, they call it the Apple colors. I don't know if Windows also has those color choices available. But you can assign colors to tracks, and I have a whole setup in my new, all of my plugins going forwards, in addition to having the no controls version of it, are going to have stuff like this, so that you can have controls and things, especially the ones that have like 30 controls, and so you can't really have the, well, you can, but it looks like this. Let me show you what it looks like. Like, I can have the, oh God, well, that's messed up. Hang on a second. I don't think I have this on this computer. That's unfortunate. That's most unfortunate. Okay, well, I kind of do. I haven't cleaned it up, that's all. So you can have it as just a faders only, but it looks like this. That's not much fun. That is the same thing as this, except for if you're only using sliders. This is unmanageable. Like, what are you even clicking on and where? I could put this out. It just wouldn't be much fun to play with. And let's quit out of there. So if you're mixing in Reaper and you know that you have a bank of faders, well, how many are those? Yaletext lets you put these together in groups of 2. And I had the entire bottom section as a fader bank, which makes it more like a console, right? But I don't have a direct way to map each of those to the fader control on console X of each plugin. Like, I could make it so that the fader number 1 always controls the fader volume on every single channel that you click on. That's easy, but that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about switching around the top section to whatever track you've clicked on. And the bottom section always operates the fader that it is assigned to. So the answer is, I'm not sure if it's obvious, but here's what you could do for doing that. I'm going to see whether I can't write Reaper scripts, and we're going to get on to like making sounds and working with pictures and stuff like that pretty soon. But this is on my mind at the moment, and so I'm going to do this before making another cup of coffee or whatever else it is that I do. I might not be able to easily do channels 1 through 12 in Reaper and do the fader control of the channel assigned to that one. But what I could do is have those, rather than doing 1 through 12, doing white through black and then the master fader on the very end, because this is 11 colors out of the Apple section of Reaper's assign a track color. And if I assign a track color, I can have all of the Airwindows plugins tinted to be that color, which will be helpful feedback. But I'll tell you something else that is exciting to me and will make it worthwhile to learn the Lua scripting and figure out how to properly script Reaper to do this stuff. So supposing I had colors assigned to these faders, and I've got like vinyl electrical tape of mostly all of these colors. It's missing a couple of them. I could work around that. In fact, it's even got the colors fairly accurate. Again, I think I'm pretty sure I'm missing cyan, I'm missing pink. The Apple color for that is magenta, but I'm going to call it pink. What might you do with that? For instance, supposing your lead vocal is on white, color of a star, burning away. So track 1 on the controller will be the white color. And so you make that go to the track that is color-coded white in the Reaper interface. And then like pink could be background vocals or stuff that is more human. You know, I don't want to get too heavily into that because I also have a brown, and that would do just as well for being human. But these are resistor colors. Colors are colors. Red. Supposing we decide, okay, red's going to be guitars. Red is rocking guitars and possibly a snare drum or not, but we're going to make those be that. Maybe we'll have drums be something else, or we'll figure it out. We'll do stuff. Blue could be a bass. You know, purple could be a synth. Who knows? Yellow could be a tambourine. And you assign the colors to the tracks in Reaper, and then you assign the faders to colors and write the Lua script saying, okay, if you see this fader moving, assign the value to tracks in Reaper which have that track color. Then the next thing you know, oh hey, let's record another guitar. Now we have 2 guitars. They're panned to opposite sides. How do we adjust the volume of them? Color them both red. And now that one fader does both of the guitars. Oh, let's do another one, a third guitar. The third guitar is meant to be the one in the middle, and it's maybe a little quieter. Oh, look, we've got fire, air, and stone, and also the amount of boost and cut we have on the parameter, the parametric. And the controls up in the corner there, fire, air, and stone, are also a level control. So they don't have to be set to the middle or boosted. You could also back them off, and then that is gain staging the fader control. And then the fader control responds to the same thing that the fader does on the control surface. You've still got all of your red tracks, whether they be guitars, who knows what. You get, I mean, if you wanted to adjust a pair of guitars, you might want to have them be colorless and then route them to a track 2, which is colored red and responds to that fader. But you can take as many tracks as you want and either assign them or simply color them in red, do inter-track balancing using the fire and air and stone, because that's discontinuity also to a point, and the thresholds to a point, because those are going to be individualized. But you assign them all to the same thing, and the idea of doing the pairs is that you would be able to dial in the tone of 2 separate tracks by just running them into the track that you're manipulating, pan hard left and hard right, and then the same EQ moves that you're making on one are automatically made on the other. So there's that. That is a thing that can be done inside the DAW, routing stuff to a subtrack, and the subtrack is where it comes into Console X. It depends, because there's also something to be said for just having 27 tracks all colored red, and they are all running inside the console system rather than being a premix. And then you move the fader, which is color-coded red, and they all adjust together. And that's going to be a Lua scripting thing. That's going to be Reaper scripting. And I'm quite excited about that. Also, I see that chat was hidden under my window for a moment. I see it now. And so that's got me excited, and I've printed this out because it has colors on it that I can make notes on with my little Sharpie marker. Because it takes a Sharpie marker to draw on these, because this is one of those like photo printer things. It's the only color printer I've got. And if I do that and write the Lua scripting, I can also get the Micro Mini Music Thing modular controller to manipulate that stuff. I would be using the color coding as entire submixes. That's the idea, because if I wanted to do that, and I write the scripting to make it do it, what's going to happen is, say you've got 12 tracks, they are all colored red, so the red controller, and I can bounce over here to show you that even though I don't have the big machine, I've got this tiny little thing, and this does exactly the same. This is just a set of MIDI knobs, and I've got color-coded caps on them, so I can have a red guitar controller literally right now. All I have to do is write Reaper to do it, do the Lua script to assign all color, all tracks with the color of red associated with them. It moves all of the fader controls in Console X for each one across the entire mix. And then they all move together. And individual sub-volumes of those tracks could be done using the EQ individually. It could be done gain staging through Fire, Air, and Stone, which also serve as a gain staging aspect. Those are parallel to the boosts and cuts in the parametric, but that doesn't really matter terribly much, because you can work around that. You can make stuff have a unique sound, and there's nothing wrong with that either. But then, rather than it being metadata, no, it's literally moving it is copying over the fader inputs from the control surface. That, the fader inputs could have been lettered or given names, but instead I'm using colors because I enjoy colors. And you pick the red sounds or the orange or green sounds, and when you move that fader, everything in the mix that has been color-coded to that, its fader goes to that new setting. And then if you took a track that was in red and go, okay, this now needs to be assigned to pink for separate dedicated control over it. Maybe it's the guitar solo. So it's between guitars in general and the white of this is the star quality one. So that's the guitar solo, is it's halfway between red and white. And you take the track in question, you change the track color from red to magenta, which I'm calling pink, and then that one now responds to a different fader, and as soon as you move the new fader, it pops it to the new setting. And so it's not really metadata, it's grouping the output fader settings together in whatever ways you please with 11 options, and the 12th control can simply be the output of the final mix, because the final mix output also has a fader control. That is pretty exciting. I'm quite looking forward to getting into that. I wonder whether maybe, let's see now. So here's Airwindows Globals. And again, when I do all of this, it'll also be possible using this kind of stuff to have everything tinted or made literally the colors of the tracks. Or you can have a background texture and it'll be common across all of the Airwindows stuff. You can pick your own font. Go back to the original. And that kind of combines with the ability of setting up like wild grouping scenarios, similarly to what I saw Steve Albini doing in the Mix with the Masters video that is now publicly available. If that sounds cool, feel free to go and watch it. You don't have to stick around hanging out with me. But seeing that particular guy, because that is a very old school guy, but he found it useful to set up a fader on his giant moving faders $1 million desk that controlled the position of other faders, and they all just kind of moved together as he moved it. So it's like, let's take this entire class of stuff down. Let's move this entire class of stuff up. You know, video gamers would say that sounds exploitable. Yeah, group things together, identify them, and specifically have a common fader position for all of them. On a 12 fader bank, 11 of which will be assigned to distinct colors, and the 12th is the master fader. And then you just kind of start assigning things. Hey, Game Boy. You just start assigning things to colors as you go. Anything that you haven't assigned to color, you have to move the fader independently. Like, you can still do it. You can still mix with it. But if you haven't assigned a color to it, then it's not going to fall under one of the control surface faders. And again, like, I've already got an itty-bitty control surface. It's just not the big one yet. But this would do just the same thing. It would do exactly the same job that I'm talking about. So if I had the Lua scripting ready, I'd be able to do that literally today. Maybe if I am ambitious and actually do that, because this could be a day of doing it. I've been deciding what I want to do with today. If that turns out to be a thing and I'm able to do it, then maybe next week I could be mixing stuff and people could check out what that's like. Here's the thing I was working with. Because we probably don't have more stuff that needs to be done with a meter. That is, what's the follow-up on that is Sudara, who wrote Pample Juice, is right now busy with, he's got folks over, and is not able to devote time to tinkering with things. I asked Paul from the Surge Synthesizer Forum about how hard it would be to add a clap plugin to the meter project that's done in Pample Juice, because right now it doesn't do that. All it does is AU, which isn't working in all of my programs. Some of it is and some of it is not. And VST3. I would quite happily add a VST2 to this output. I just don't know quite how to go about doing it. I am focusing on the sides of things that are mine to do. Oh, I forgot to show one other thing. One further thing, which I forgot to mention, is that when we do these, and you see my big old sliders and knobs and stuff, these also still work as lights. So they're all functioning lights. I've got a setting for how bright monocolor lights blink. But this is also what you would do if I was to make like a clip plugin where it was supposed to blink red if you clipped. So you'd basically have, instead of fader here, it would be like this is gain or something, or this is the the ceiling or whatever it is that you would do, how much you boost. Like this could be a, left to right, how much you boost control. And so you'd be making it louder, and at some point the knob that you were moving starts to flicker in red, and that would show you that the clipping is beginning to happen. And you might see it happening before you hear it happening, but people seem to be really hot for that kind of stuff. Similarly, this says fire threshold. Well, the physical device wouldn't actually be able to do this because it doesn't have blinky lights built into its knobs, nor do I really want them to be. So I wouldn't, they had light up knobs, but I chose not to select those because I wanted physical hardware knobs. But if you had, for instance, a compression control, it could be lighting up with the intensity of compression. So all of these things could be sort of flashing away and going. As you can see, these are doing something. It's a left and right control at the moment. And doing that, I'd be able to build video feedback into anything I built along these lines. And that seems fun. And that also seems like I'm going to build the full-on Airwindows meter into the bus plugin for Console X. It's going to have that as part of its basic loadout. But for the channel plugins, I'm not sure I necessarily am interested in going that hard with it, because a lot of times they'll just be sitting there and displaying all of these different meters and things which are not necessarily going to be relevant. Some of that stuff is relevant for a full mix. Nor do I feel that getting fixated on the appearances, even when I highlight peak energy, I would like it to be a little simpler than that, not loaded up with screens. The output should have the screen because the output should have like this. Again, we are back to a nice chill gray color because it's all of these are following the same instructions in Airwindows Globals. But this is where you need to see this stuff. And so if I was mixing this right now, what I would see is the following. I'd see that I have a bunch of it dialed in pretty good. It's not bad, it's doing okay. My frequency range is sitting in that mid-70s, basically warm sounding, like it's working pretty well. I have too much highs, even though some of my stuff I feel like, oh, I'm always the guy that doesn't have enough high frequencies for modern tastes. Well, never mind. This is telling me that, in fact, I have too much highs. I can't always maybe hear them as clearly, but I can see them here. And I need to dial them back, not a huge amount, but a little bit. And then I need to have the peak energy filling up this area, and I probably need to have the loudest sounds not peaking above 12 dB down. 6, 12, 18, 24, 30, 36 dB down. I could show you a Vangelis record, the Chariots of Fire record, where large sections of it, the peaks are not louder than 36 dB down. On a vinyl album side where the loudest sounds do in fact clip. The bass sounds that clip. So that tells you something about what they were doing back in the early 1980s with vinyl records and mixes and things. It's a different world these days, and a much poorer world. But usually you don't want to use dynamic range to make your entire mix and all the peak energy sit at 36 dB down. Usually you want to do stuff like this, where the more I can have this top section filled up with stuff happening, just like you see here, while the RMS loudness is as quiet as possible relative to that, that's the sound to go for. And so, yeah, and this is also resizable, but in a somewhat different way. It will wrap to whatever width it is, but it will only start stretching when you pull it quite farther away, and otherwise you're basically just looking at the same window and it's drawn as 1-to-1 in size. So if you have a tiny like this, I'll have to get it rolling first to let it do that. If you have a tiny like this, everything still works. But what we're doing is looking at this stuff going on. Although I do wonder whether that is manipulating the hit record line differently. Probably not, it's probably fine. But yeah, that's how this stuff is going. And this is geared towards me starting to put out evergreens. That's the goal. That's the goal, which is kind of like this. I've got this set up so that I can throw on the content peak. And see, I can turn on content hide D and play this. And what I'm gearing up to do, what I'm pushing towards and have been for weeks now, is being able to do this, but with playing the actual audio rather than just snippets of it. Because people need to be able to see how this stuff actually sounds. Like the mix that I made, it sounds normal enough in modern day terms, but it leaves a lot on the table as far as leaving space for peak energy. This is AC/DC. You wouldn't call this a quiet band, and indeed it's not. When the guitars are going, this sounds loud, but you'll notice that even the peaks are not as hot as 12 dB. When I was mixing mine, I was doing it wrong. Because this one leaves room for the chorus to get this loud. And you see on this edge here, as they hit the chorus, their peak RMS loudness is still only 12 dB, but they have pegged the meter completely. And it is also a bright sound. The slew is way up there as well. So the combinations of these things mean it hits like a train when the chorus kicks in. And there you have it, really. Like, I've been working for years to build these tools, and now I have them, and now I need to start putting out examples. Ideally, ones where I can actually play the audio on a video on my YouTube channel, so that people can hear the sounds directly. But thanks to Content ID, you can kind of hear the sounds a little bit, but you can see how they measure. Because otherwise you might assume these noises are noises where, you know, the RMS is like -4 or something like that. And there could very well be remasterings where it is. But this is the real sound. This is the sound as it's meant to be heard, and this is the sound that made them the multi-platinum stadium selling. Like, this is the one. This is the sound that it's meant to be. And how it registers in that kind of context. So when you hear little snippets like that, you get a bit of a sense of what it really sounds like, even for stuff like this where I can't actually play it openly on stream. I would be a little shocked if this got Content ID'd, because there's just not enough of it to latch onto nor is it the song. You can't listen to this as the song. It's a chopped up little tiny chunks of the song. But you can typically get a bit of a sense both for what the meter is telling you and also the general tonal position of where everything is. And that's going to be very useful for AC/DC, for the Eagles, for Beatles, all that stuff where I can't actually play it on stream. Or indeed, I can't put up a video with it. It'll just get content ID whacked immediately. And so I got to also notice how the high frequencies are never messing up this area. There's stuff where it does. But for AC/DC, that's not the sound you want. It's not about blasting the super highs really hard. This is how the sound is meant to be heard. And this is why the sound is meant to be heard the way that it is. So I tell you what, this has been an interesting chat, but what I should probably do is go off, make another cup of coffee, and start actually coding. We'll do that and get back to various things. Another thing that I could do, and split on which of these things I want to do first, is the actual plugins coding, because what I made the other day on Tuesday was so impressive that I feel I want to build these things into the new K-reverbs. In particular, I am, as is usually my way, I'm less excited about chasing the Bricasti sounds and making a single sort of preset that is as much as possible like one of those sounds. And I'm more interested in leaning kind of more into the Ben Jordan side of things, where you have more controls and more adjustments. But being Chris from Airwindows, I like making the adjustments go a bit insane. And that's pretty much what happened with ClearCoat. ClearCoat was my reverb that I did on Tuesday. We did 2 plugins on Tuesday. One of them I think I had started before, but ClearCoat just basically emerged fully formed on Tuesday. And that's the one where instead of using the undersampling in the way that I do on most reverbs, which is to just sort of calculate it out and do about the same thing that I'm doing, honestly, but kind of longhand. Instead, ClearCoat lets you dial the sampling rate down to whatever ridiculous amount that you want, which slows down the rate of the, like, it's going to be interesting fooling with this, because what we're talking about is being able to define the thing and make it go, make it be the style of the Bricasti with all of the additional things, like the retro reverb from hell. That's no filtering. That is a 4x4 householder matrix. It's basically ClearCoat, but mangled and made weird, because ClearCoat's meant to be a really short little ambient reverb, but when you downsample it, that's when things get nuts. And that looks to be a lot of fun to play with, but that is also not a 5x5 matrix. It doesn't have any internal filtering, which is what I use for the ones that are supposed to sound realistic. No, that one is just retro nastiness. And yet I still took it and, like, so we're probably going to move on to that, honestly, but let's bounce back to here for now. So what I did with that one was it started out as a downsampling, not a bit crushing. It's not a bit crushing, but it is a downsampling that was drawing straight lines from each sample point. So it was basically made out of square waves. And as such, it was very grungy. And then I altered that so that it was drawing a straight line between each sample point, which I did just by interpolating and delaying everything by one of the sample points, it's a reverb, so I can do that. It just adds a little bit of pre-delay, honestly. And that worked super well. Although it meant that I then had 3 control points. And the next thing to do past that for the ones that are supposed to sound like real reverbs, rather than just drawing it as corners, where the reverb sound is constructed much like ClearCoat, which is going to stay this way because it's called ClearCoat. It draws straight lines between each point, and then a sharp corner at that point. So you can have it be fairly mellow, but it livens up real quick when you're getting into that vintage retro grunge thing going on. That worked super well. But if you have 3 points and you're trying to go from the final point, the 2 samples ago to 1 sample ago, that means you can do Bezier curves on it. And I have all the information I would need to do a Bezier curve on it. And that, if it works, and I see no reason why it wouldn't, I feel like that's the next step, that would mean I would be on a new level of downsampling, because the downsampling is going to 100%, I could be doing a averaging of the number of samples being included in each one rather than just chopping it, which would be a aliasing reduction technique going into the reverb. And then in the output, rather than just drawing the straight lines, if I make the lines connect in Bezier curves, that's from visual arts. But it should work, and it's one of those things where this is not really a sonic concept. It's a way of connecting points with curves. The curves don't necessarily have any specific reason regarding what that would become frequency-wise. But what it's going to do in practice is it's going to work as a massive low-pass filter in exactly the way you would need one on a reverb. It's going to contain the information that you're trying to get out, but it's going to throw less of the crunch of ClearCoat. And there's pretty much no reason not to try it. I could do a test bed that's just a clone of ClearCoat before getting into all the fancier ones, because, again, K Cathedral is bigger and more cumbersome. And what I'm looking to do is simply make a test bed for this functionality so that I can hear what it sounds like and what it does, and come up with a name for it. But then Forrest showed up and had a name for that one. So I need to go and make another cup of coffee before diving into this. And at that point, I think the next thing I'm going to do is do my variation on ClearCoat and do all of this smoothing before I go in and start applying it to the next reverbs coming out, which would probably also include K-Plate 140, K-Plate 240. I've still got work to do on K-Plate 240. But again, this is the Ben Jordan influence. Ben Jordan hates all of my stuff because it just has very simple sliders and it doesn't let him control as many things. And he likes Melda stuff because Melda lets you control all of the things to a ridiculous extent. But I have always had a willingness to let people do weird things with sliders and stuff. So there's nothing really stopping me from going oh, hey, so I don't make the kinds of reverbs that turn you on because they're not as flexible as you'd like. Check this out. At which point you put out something like this new, ClearCoat, and then that lets you dial the frequencies of the overall sampling rate of the device down into that classic digital realm and then below. Because I am letting you dial it down to stopped. When you move it all the way to 0, it does go to 0, silence the output because otherwise it would be DC. This probably makes a pop. that doesn't bother me. That's what you get for doing something as extreme as that. And then you can sweep it back up, and everything is still locked within the reverb tail. You've stopped taking new samples in. And that makes it this bizarre, sweepable effect noise thing. But you could also set it at a nearly nothing sampling rate, and then you've got a preposterously huge reverb that is all deep subsonics. And then you throw like distance 3 on the outside of that or something, you know, just there's stuff to do. There's always stuff to do. And it should be good fun. For now, I am going to let you hear the raw output of this, and we're going to throw on, I'm clicked on the wrong thing. We're going to throw on the meter. And again, you can download this meter if you know where to go. Since I haven't formally put it out yet, you do have to know where to go. I don't know if you could impose directivity information onto the input source because I don't know what directivity information means. Back in a bit. I'm going to go and make a cup of coffee and be back with some reverb coding and stuff like that. May or may not be back by the time this hourglass runs out. Let's see. back. So yeah, let's maybe not look at this right now. What we're looking at here is the code for those sliders, the draw linear slider that I had. It's not using a couple of things because we're skipping some of the stuff, but it's using the control as it exists. This is what I'm going to use. This combined with also draw rotary slider, and may or may not be using the meter stuff, but that is its own thing. And I did that all yesterday. All those horizontal and vertical sliders live in my yesterday workload. They were more than a little bit frustrating, but it is sometimes easier for me to do stuff when it's not on stream. And that is one reason why I like turning to things where I have enthusiasm for them and also more or less know how they work. For instance, let's bring Tuesday's work up on the big speakers. Involves me fishing a fiber optic cable around. Two over here. And plugging it in. And we'll fire up an actual drum sound this time. Because the nice thing about this is the way in which it's going to be able to do some of these things differently. So there's a crunchy little sound. Also, I came up with the name I'm going to use for today's work. You can kind of hear the edginess on it. Also, Florian, I'm interested in knowing what you meant by directivity because I have no idea what you meant. It seems like a legitimate question. I just don't understand it. But so yeah, here's our retro reverb from hell. And it's meant to seem like a retro reverb from hell. To the point where we can set it to the smallest setting, 0, for the shortest possible regen, and then a really low deres to increase the size of the space again, making a really garbagey reverb. Because again, the apparent size of the hall is going to scale with the deres. And we're using the smallest possible size, so that's ratty. But then if we use a larger size, what's going to happen is it's going to sound even bigger. Which is not a bad thing, but in terms of finding a size, it's a combination of deres and select now, whereas before it was entirely select. I do wonder whether I should be scaling this differently, but I think we're probably fine. Okay, by all means. So here's our garbage vintage reverb. And I think it's doing a pretty good job of getting its particular sound going. In particular, our raw sound actually has hats, but they're almost completely lost in the reverb because they're basically downsampled. It's going to be real interesting doing the variation on this that also filters the input by doing a simple, like I'll figure it out, but that's going to be real interesting. I can probably just do an additive thing. We'll figure it out. I'll figure out a way of doing it in a way that's nice and useful. But again, the raw sound, we've got obvious hats, and then the verb sound, we can have almost arbitrarily little hats and symbols. Hey, Marshall. So this can really have its own uses. Hey, Jonathan. We can make a noise like this, which is very digitally, but it has almost no hats. And just use it to supplement the real sound in a way that is super 80s. This reeks of 80s, but 80s in an interesting way, because the output is not like bit crushed or anything. It's like cheap, ratty digital that is being manipulated into a more high-resolution, full-frequency mix. So again, the bit that we're getting to is going to be, where can I set to be seen? And you can see that I have been VST-ifying some of these things, because this all needs to come out. I'm not exactly sure what comes out when, but this is all getting ready to come out, with the exception of this is just my most recent version of Console X. Everything else going into it has to come out first. You'll be getting Stonefire Comp before you get Console X, so that you have a little more familiarity with how it works. You'll get parametric. I have not had to recode because that was fine the first time. And you'll get parametric as 3 bands rather than 4, so that it fits in with Airwindows consolidated. All of that kind of stuff. I'm also going to keep an eye out on Discord in case anybody shows up that I need to mention or talk about. And yeah, console line will come out first as well. That's the guts of the encode and decode for Console X. I feel like with some of those things, I would like to do music rather than just being stuck working with my code and what I've got. Oh, and in fact, Sudara has mentioned something that will be the case for me. I'm on Discord, and so I have a quick response to make there. Also having a peek on the Surge Discord. And there is a guy Oh, look, a guy named Keith Crossley has responded to my stuff. His catchphrase seems to be, "I like music that sounds like S asterisk asterisk T." So that's a lively guy. He looks about my age too. And he apparently likes the new plugin. Cool. And he's commenting on the Windows installer for Consolidated being smaller than the others, with some speculation about it phoning home. No, in fact, it is not phoning home. As Evil Dragon on the Discord says, it's not a fat binary. The AU stuff often uses a bunch of Mac type things, and also the AU stuff has Intel and Apple Silicon for not only the plugin, but also the installer. So, yeah. I'm assuming that I haven't seen complaints about the Mac Consolidated not working on Intel systems. I also kind of enjoy the fact that Evil Dragon remarks, "I'm unsure if we even do fat binaries, but Mac binaries are generally larger." And that's because Consolidated is not me. Consolidated is a group of smart people who are getting together to help bring my stuff to audiences I wouldn't otherwise be able to reach. Kind of, sort of. And so yeah, that is we, and I'm certainly part of the we, but I'm not the only one in we. Let's bounce back to the messages so that I can respond to Sidara for a moment as well before I get on to, I have the name. Today's plugin has a name, and we're going to give it the name. I'm going to tell Sidara that I never signed off on the VST3 agreement, so I can only release open source on that. I'm saying I never signed off on the VST3, so I could only release open source for VST3, but I did sign off. In fact, I never signed off on the VST3, so I can only release open source of that, but I did sign off on the VST2, so I can still release VST2, which is also basically this, it's MIT licensed. Oh, Florian. Okay, so Florian is responding. Directivity. You could fake having the instrument pointing away from you. It's not going to really... I'm not quite sure how that relates to a reverb, but it certainly is going to do a good job of suppressing certain frequency information. Yeah, that's legit. When you say how different instruments project sound into the room associated with the word directivity, that basically tells me everything I need to know. I'm continuing to respond to Sidara. So I added anybody forking my Pampa Juice stuff to set up to also make VST2, which I can do, would themselves have to be legal to do that in turn for their stuff, or would be responsible for turning it off, which I think is an accurate summation of that. And there is a discussion. I'm not showing this on screen, which is appropriate. people are having conversations about VST2 versus VST3, and I don't really need to get into that right now. It's fine. And as such, I think I can switch off Discord for the moment. I was kind of keeping an eye out for whether Sudara was in the mood to get involved with tweaking on Meter, because there's aspects of collaborative to it in that all of the visual and audio coding is me up to and including me putting in a path for double precision processing, which wasn't there originally. But all of the compiling and building and running GitHub is his. And I have no qualifications for any of that. So when I say I would like to have the Meter plugin also produce clap, Baking Paul from the Surge people can say, oh, that's very simple. You need to add a couple of things to CMake and you should be good to go, and include a new module, which other people have devised. That's all well and good, but I don't know how to do those things. I might know how to represent the degree of hit recordness that something has on the screen as a meter, but I don't know how to fool around with CMake files. So everybody brings what they can to the table, and we all do the best we can. And here is me beginning to, the directivity is also what microphones refer to as polar pattern. I'm very familiar with how that works, mostly around microphones and speakers, because it's very important regarding things like speakers. There are entire high-end audio speakers that have been built to do interesting things with directivity. For instance, the MBL radio stroller, which is the classic radio stroller is a 3-driver speaker, a bass, a mid-range, and a treble driver, all of which are sort of weird corrugated gourds with accordion pleats. And they are driven by powerful moving coil drivers, so that if you squish it, it expands outwards, and that causes the sound. But it causes the sound in an omnidirectional pattern. And that's what a radio stroller does. You've got a mid-range driver, you've got a treble driver, but they're all being done in basically the same way. And they've been evolving this over the years and trying to make them better. But that's basically the idea. You need some fairly hefty amplifiers to drive these things. They are not efficient, but they are, in fact, capable of making sound that is full range. It's not unipoint. It is from 3 separate sources. But it's full range and an omnidirectional radiator, which is an idea that multiple people have tried in various ways. For instance, there was an omnidirectional radiator that was a driver firing upwards and reflecting in all directions. But the radio stroller, as the sound of it was described from high-ender magazines who auditioned this compared to other great speakers, they're doing things like listening to Sympathy for the Devil on it and stuff. Whoever was, I approved of the people who were auditioning it because they were trying all kinds of weird stuff. And they observed that you position the radio strollers differently, and it kind of takes over the sound of your room with the sound of whatever the recording space was. So you don't necessarily want it all a deadened room. You don't necessarily want it super lively either. But the idea was it would sort of take over your acoustic space with the sound of the acoustic space of the recording and sit it somewhat back, but with a very strong sense of the space taking over your own. And on the Rolling Stones album, on Sympathy for the Devil, when you've got people going woo, woo, and clapping and playing percussion instruments and stuff, the fellow doing the reporting on this said that with the radio strollers, you could really physically, palpably feel the singers turning from side to side. Like you could just about see them, and it was very plain when they turned one direction to another direction, doing their woo-woos in the background there. And that's super interesting because it's like, how do you make something like that happen artificially? In that case, they didn't. They just recorded with a couple of microphones. But the radio stroller, the omnidirectional transducer, was putting a sound into the room that strikingly caused a sonic effect. And I am very interested in building speakers myself and seeing what I can make happen along those lines. I have a particular design in mind, something that I could make with fairly affordable full-range speakers and just manipulate it to... I'd like to take these full-range speakers that I have in mind. I've already got like 10 of them. And have a sort of DIY project. The hope would be to get it to where it was relatively competitive with a Yamaha NS10 as far as being able to project a convincing mix sound that told you the stuff you needed to know. But it would be doing it in a very different way. It would be doing it by taking 2 of these full-range speakers and mounting them in a cardboard tube back to back so that you had a kind of omnidirectional radiator, because your low frequencies would be generated from out of this tube. The tube doesn't actually contract or expand, so it's very good at, like, you'd be able to do NS10 grade bass out of this, and you'd get all the low frequencies you wanted, even though it's not really a woofer design, because you have a little more cone area, and it's sealed up in a cardboard tube that is going to contain pressure better than a square enclosure. You don't have to do a fancy enclosure, you have to have something that can't expand or contract. And they'd both be in phase, and you'd have it firing like up or down, meaning that the side-to-side behavior would be very much omnidirectional radiating, meaning that you're completely off axis. The directivity, it's pointing away from you, and the highs are pointing at the ceiling or at the floor, and as such you're only hearing 180 degrees off axis. And then you're building... Florian, with regard to the radio strollers, they said the sweet spot is enormous. Omnidirectional speakers, the sweet spot is huge. You could go anywhere in the damn room and all of the stereo is still there and super obvious. This is a high-end speaker, but this is a high-end speaker executing on a particular behavior, the omnidirectional radiating, which has a great deal of significance. So yeah, the sweet spot size for the radio strollers is ginormous. It's like go into the other room and it's still huge. Regarding the one that I would like to build, again, I would like to take a cardboard tube. This is a tube, a speaker in each side. That'll get you your low frequencies, and then cut a hole in the tube and put in one of those drivers, but cut away the frame, most of the 4 pillars that lead out to the edge of the frame, most of the cone, but leave the whizzer cone, and then take paper and do a much lighter paper cone that can connect to the edge of the whizzer cone, and also the point of it needs to go down to the point of the dome inside the whizzer cone. And that's going to be fussy to do. But it needs to do it, and it needs to do it with relatively light paper, not the cardboard that you would normally see in a driver, but something a lot lighter than that. And form it into a much larger cone, but then shape it so that the cone wraps around into sort of arms that connect to the frame, making a high frequency and mid-range frequency radiator with a bunch of cone area that's very light paper. That's part of the trick with the NS10s, is it is such light paper that it can move rapidly, and since it is a rigid cone rather than a flared cone like you normally get with these things, what that does is the rigid cone will try to move in a pistonic way. It'll break up a lot easier, but when it has not broken up, it'll succeed in moving in a pistonic way rather than being able to flex. So what you do is you take this cone and you wrap it around, you get a pattern so that I'll have to work out how you make the pattern be printed. And that becomes your high frequency radiator, where the other two drivers are pointing at the ceiling or at the floor. And you're hearing everything 180 degrees off axis. And they're also, did I mention, those two would be run in parallel, but they'll be run in series with the one that's pointing at you, making the overall impedance of it is going to be slightly higher, and it's going to be two dissimilar drivers, meaning that the impedance of a resonant frequency is going to somewhat resist. It's also going to cut down the volume of the firing up and down ones. And then what you also do is you have those in parallel, and you also have a capacitor in parallel with them, because you're not meant to hear high frequencies out of those. It's not adding anything. Instead, you want to drop the overall impedance to where once you've gotten to that mid-range treble driver, which is facing right at you and doesn't have its own enclosure, that is straight up 8 ohm moving coil driver, and you tuned the capacitor to give you the right amount of treble extension, where you get down into the mid-range and the capacitor is no longer in play. And so the mid-range is all three drivers working together, with the ones in the cylinder not having as much of an effect because they're in parallel with each other. And so they're not getting as much of the voltage, but they're letting the sound through more readily. And honestly, it should be possible to build a DIY NS10 range mixed check style speaker that performs in the range of how well an NS10 performs for that purpose, because it's all about how quickly the sound dies away and how much it overhangs. And you should be able to make one of these, the weird thing that I just described, it should be possible to make that so that it dissipates energy instantly. It's light paper, and for the drivers, and then the drivers are sort of this treble mid-range driver that I'm talking about would be basically just it's extremely light paper. It's able to make really loud noises, but it's also a dipole, but not really a dipole because it kind of wraps around as well. So it's not a free air cone. And yeah, you can get the individual drivers for like $8 each. It's made out of those dual cone full range speakers that you can get at MCM or whatever for very, very cheaply. And you're just using the various techniques used in the building of them, because they're normally made to be able to do the whole frequencies all the way down to the bass. And you can use them as such for the stuff in the cylinder. But then when you cut away the cone, that cone's heavy. If you take away all of that cone, you have only the whizzer cone. The whizzer cone is much lighter, and that's the one that's supposed to be able to go right up to the high frequencies. And then, super glue a much lighter cone onto that whizzer cone as a superstructure, and the whizzer cone is reinforcing. Like, you're not just driving a much lighter cone at its apex. Instead, you're driving the much lighter cone at its apex and also a ring around the outside of there's a driver area as if it was a much larger voice coil, but it's really not. And may or may not be necessary to cut back the whizzer cone, but one of the neat things about that whizzer cone as it stands, it kind of sort of works as a treble mid-range super tweeter already. If you took away the much heavier woofer cone around it, it'll do an even better job of that. And all you have to do is connect it firmly to a larger cone, and it'll make a louder sound. And you connect it to a much lighter cone, and it'll drive that much lighter cone real hard, and that should make high frequency noises that can go real loud but will also dissipate energy real fast. And that's what you do. Now then there comes another problem, which is once you've made it, how do you put it on anything? Because it's like speakers on top and bottom and stuff. And secondly, if you made them and tried to sell them to anybody, well, how in the tweeter cone, the tweeter mid-range thing that you have built is just sticking out. It's an origami thing sticking out of the side of a cylinder. It's like, what? How do you even? It'd be great, but I think people would have to make them themselves. I am not confident in being able to design something like that and ship it. Because if you're going into business, you have to be able to ship it and have it arrive at the destination undestroyed. And how do you do that when, like, you have a loose speaker flapping around with a big paper doily that could easily be smashed just by bonking it into something? It's like, as soon as you couldn't put it in a box, you put it in a box and it's immediately crushed. You put it down on its face and it's immediately crushed. It's gone. It's dead. So that would be the drawback. That would be one reason why you don't see designs like this around, is if anybody tried to do it, they're incredibly fragile. But that's part of the secret of it. Speaking of secrets, let's make more. This is what we just made, ClearCoat. But I mentioned how I had the idea for the new name. The new one is going to be called CreamCoat, because ClearCoat and CloudCoat are exactly the same thing, all the same sounds, all the same reverb constants, but all pass versus comb filter. And ClearCoat is the one with comb filters. It sounds like a traditional reverb. And then CloudCoat is the same thing, but everything is an all pass. So in this case, what's going to happen is we're going to have ClearCoat, which is the comb filter version of it, except for it is a vintage digital undersample thing. And then CreamCoat is going to be literally exactly ClearCoat, except for I'm going to do the input filtering thing I talked about, and I'm going to do the output Bezier curve thing I was talking about. Because I need to master that before I start applying it to things like K-Cathedral 3 and K-Plate and literally everything that I do going forwards, because this sounds like, I feel like, how can I not? I'm already doing undersampling. I'm just doing undersampling the hard way that is a more primitive way than what I'm going to be working on. So I want to hear what I get out of this. I have good feelings about where it's going. And I feel like that is going to lead to wonderful things going forward. And it begins with a new project. This makes the stereo one for me, because these are just replacement templates that I made myself. Also, Cloud and Clear are both starting with CL. Crunch and Cream both start with CR. So they're all reverbs in about the same place. If you were looking in an alphabetical list, they would all come into being about the same place. So if you're looking for variations on this basic thing, that's how you find it. And that's why I'm calling it what I'm calling it. So if you're familiar with how I go about these things, you'll know that my next step is going to be sort of just patiently going through and we're going to call it CMCO. Because we've already got a CR spoken for. And you know what? While I'm in the process of doing this, I'm going to continue to chat, but I'm also going to let myself do it at a slower pace. I've got 3 viewers. If you want to wander off and do something else, that's fine. I'll still be here. I'm doing this today, and so as is my Tuesdays and Thursdays, I am on stream and on camera all day long. But I gotta reiterate that I've always been very drawn to sort of the Steve Albini pace of just wanting to be there the first and stay latest longer than anybody and push incredibly hard. And I just enjoy immensely that amount of drive, but there's a cost, and I'm not willing to pay the cost Steve paid. He was going at it in such a way where I feel it's valuable. And I think anybody who's familiar with me can, yeah, I am on a similar level of drive, and I enjoy it, but then there's got to be a limit. You got to know your own limits. You got to be able to go at different paces some of the time, because I'm not willing to go the same way Steve did. CMCT, oh no, CO. So CMCO. And so along those lines, it has just underscored my desire. And I was talking with my therapist the other day and talking about how these days stuff is coming together so much that I am having more sleepless nights. I am being kept up by my creativity more than I used to. And this is exciting, but I am also questioning it. I'm also keeping an eye on that, because I also have to be able to keep on going with what I do rather than have the pace take me out. That's not a consolidation. I'm not willing to go there. So, and Florian is asking, could you compose some of the characteristics you're talking about in regards to speakers onto a normal speaker system? No, I don't think so. No. These are the constraints with how stuff is normally built and designed. People think in terms of directivity, yes. They think in terms of directivity for things like microphones and stuff, although not always enough. One of the secrets of the SM57 is directivity, is the fact that the way it's designed, with a little plastic faceplate that it has, if you're using that particular tool to dial in a close-mic'd heavy guitar sound, and you angle it, it's going to have huge differences in the resulting sound based on what angle it's at. Contrary to a ribbon microphone, which was a Steve Albini favorite, his ribbon microphones, but those are way less sensitive to how you've tilted and angled them. Whereas the SM57 is not inherently a great sound, but it is way better at rejecting off-axis stuff. And it's, well, even then, SM57 is way better at fine-tuning the apparent sound that it's pointing at. It'll do a real sonic microscope thing, where it's never going to be too high res, but if you're trying to get it to pick up a particular detail, you'd better point it directly at it, because if you're slightly off, that faceplate has a prime number of holes in it, meaning that as the angled sound is hitting the faceplate, it's letting through to the diaphragm sound radiation going through each of these holes that are around the outside edge. None of them are actually at the center. None of the holes in an SM57 are at the center. They're all around the outside, the curvy diaphragm thing, and none of them are actually where the center is. So you don't ever get full-on high frequencies coming through it and driving the center dome. Instead, they're all driving the outside edge, and if you're off axis, the frequencies that are coming through will be broken up based on the regularity of the holes going around the outside of that little plastic piece. And that's mostly, it is so small that mostly has to do with very high frequency sounds. You're pressurizing a tiny, tiny little space. This is all upper frequency stuff. It's not like we're talking about it affects the bass, because it does not. But the way that works is wholly about directivity. Speaking of directivity, let's do this thing. Crunch code parameters from here to pragma mark crunch code. Weird how this has so many underscores leading up to it. Why does it have that? I guess it just does. I bet this one will have the same thing. Copy. Yeah, sure enough. We have lots of underscores going next to that. And there we are. So we've got that started out. If I hit save, those will turn blue. We get to use those now. And then in the private section, that should be there. That to the bottom. And boop. And there we go. I guess it is meant to be that way. Let me put that back. I put a tab in there, but it's not actually meant to be there. It's meant to be here. Fair. That is fine. Everything's fine. It's a LoadingReadyRun skit that I enjoy from a goodly number of years ago. There's a guy runs into another guy's house who's just minding his own business, and it's all like hyper dramatic action movie stuff, and the information that he is bringing to this man in the most dramatic and hysterical manner is everything's fine. And they're running around taking cover or whatever, but all the thing the guy is willing to say to him is everything is fine. At which point it's the guy receiving this information, James from LoadingReadyRun, is like, well, I thought things were fine, but now you're starting to really freak me out. And then they keep going and going with it. They just build that into this enormous skip. For now, however, this stuff is in fact fine, because this is the boring part of the job, but also a part that I can usually count on to be predictable. And all we're doing is literally copying this over to a new plugin. And I'm copying that because some of the things changed. Kparam A needs to have different numbers in it. And will, as soon as I hit paste. Kparam A goes from 0 to 16, and then the VST has another way of handling it, but I got to copy that stuff over. And then we're in stereo, so it's checking for in channels and out channels. And now here is reset, and I got to remember to have all this stuff. This is what hurt K Cathedral. I was missing one of these resets in here, and that led to bugs in K Cathedral that existed for some time, although they're fixed now. So there we go. And then lastly, I'm going to go from overall scale on down. And once we finish with this, I get to close Crunch Code, move on to the new one, and then we're going to start to do the stuff I was talking about. And that's quite exciting. And I'll talk my way through it because I'm doing a live stream and all. We don't need cycle end. We'll never need cycle end again, honestly. That is no longer how we do undersampling. Or at least not for reverbs anyway. Maybe for some things we will still. But for reverbs, definitely not. And we're not going to be able to build right away because it always has problems the first build. But all I'm going to do is hit build again a second time, and then it'll be fine. Like that. Because it is a clone of Crunch Code with a different ID. And we will establish the reality of that by going into the build, copying it over to the components file, folder and testing it. Let's do a voice this time. Nasty vocal from Rise. It was fascinating dealing with some of this stuff because, you know, like in doing this kind of thing, I'm also trying to apply it to my work. ClearCoat. Okay, so there will be stuff in between. Creature is a valid plugin, but that exists between, and QuickBase exists between. But here we go. The only rightful governor of So one of the things you can quickly tell here is that we can use derez to throw this into heavy aliasing. That's why it sounds vintage digital, is because this is throwing huge amounts of aliasing in. The input is not filtering at all. So we can make it be a short little delay. And where we have derez, if it's a high derez setting, it's 96K, there's almost nothing to it at all. Then if we make it slower, we've got sort of a blur, but we're not aliasing that hard. As we bring it lower, we're starting to get more of a mid-range going on. With no regen, we don't have any of it going on. But we're starting to hear aliasing. This is what aliasing sounds like. And now all of our high frequencies, like the sibilance, is explicitly aliasing. That's why ClearCoat sounds so retro. And then we can exaggerate it even more. And make something where all of the sound is aliasing. If we make the frequency of the derez go below the notes being sung, all is aliasing. There is nothing else. You can hear all the notes are rung. This is constructing a sound out of nothing but aliasing. I guess it's just slightly higher now and we're not aliasing as hard. I guess the aliasing is so horrifying it chased everybody away. No problem. There is a concurrent viewer there. Might not be easy to hear this either. But this is only the beginning. This is just the beginning of what we're doing. Because it's now time to start working with ClearCoat rather than just using it to do sonic abuse. That's the job of ClearCoat. And indeed, it is very crunchy. This is a different one. This is designed not to do that, and so maybe we'll first start with our filtering. So here is a key factor. I'm going to need to make another variable for both channels, but instead of just only being part of reconstruction, the other variable is going to do the same thing that this cycle variable did, but it's going to be applied on the input. We're going to be storing up the end result of a value by taking that cycle amount, where if it is 1, then we use the full amount of whatever it is, and we're not downsampling. If instead it's like we are doing 10 samples for every 1 input sample, cycle is going to be, 1/10. So what we can do then is storing up a variable that then goes into the reverb. But each sample that goes along, as we are taking the new output sample, we'll add 1/10 of the samples coming in to a value, use that for the input sample going in, and then zero it. And what that's going to do is make a moving average of all the samples that are contained within each step of sampling into the retro reverb. So this is an aliasing suppression technique, and it should actually work. And the interesting thing is just how well it's going to work, but it's fairly clear what's needed. So we're going to do another couple of variables. And it's a sample, so we'll call it samp L and samp R. Make it be about the same size as the other stuff. I could have it average incoming sample L and R, but I don't feel like it. And we do have to blank them going in, but that's what we're going to start using. And all we got to do is every time we get a new sample, we'll set this to 0 again, and then we start adding input sample to this every step of the way, scale down by the amount of cycle that we've got. Hey, Crappy Plant, good night. Have a good night. It should be a good night to me, except for that it's the middle of the day. But also I feel as if this is leading in good directions. We're actually doing the easy part first here, but there's nothing so wrong with that. So we have cycle, last step L times cycle, and here's how we calculate. Or actually we don't even calculate. Instead, cycle is probably literally, there's that. There's dres. So that's interesting. Okay. I know what we must do. If cycle is larger than 1, we get to this point. Dres is the amount that we're increasing each time. So if we're doing 10 samples to 1, or a 10 to 1 dres, then dres is going to be 1/10, and cycle is going to step from 0 to 1 in 10 increments. And so dres is actually the thing that I want, meaning that So you see what it did there. If we have lots of DRes, then we start adding into this much more slowly and at exactly this scale. It should also work pretty well for moving the control around, but there could be problems there. That doesn't mean that they're bad problems. They might be problems that we're just willing to live with. But we do need to have left and right. And so cycle plus equals, and then average sample. We're not average sample times cycle because that's going to increase as it goes along. But what we do want to do is increase it by the input value coming in multiplied by whatever amount. Like if it's 2 to 1, then dres is going to be 1/2. And that means that cycle is plus 1/2 each time. And then average sample equals half of input sample and then half of another input sample, and then we go and use it. So that effectively works out to be a averaging filter. And so here's how we start applying that. Firstly, we feed it in here, and that's the last we see of input sample until the end. So we are pretty good with that. That'll be fine. So what we're going to do is actually use this instead. Average sample R. Then we have to zero it back out again. Having done this, I'm immediately going to listen to it. Let's hear what it does in contrast to what the previous one did. See, immediately return it to 0 because we've now used it. Also, we are not going to subtract 1 because it should start at 0, basically. It should be resetting it each time. Which reminds me, I don't think I have it in reset yet, and that's important. So we're going to go and put that in right now. But this is how the guts of the input sampling works, is that we're starting with, I'm not even waiting for people to ask, basically now. At this point, it's like, I'm talking my way through the DSP. If you want to learn how to DSP from me, come to the streams. I'll start doing this stuff, and I'll kind of chill by going very slowly and talking every step along. Sometimes I need to in order to understand it myself, but here's how this is being done, is that we're taking input sample, and then we're not actually using it for the reverb. Instead, we're using this one that we keep building up each time. So if we were instantly starting over and we never got to do this at all, it would stay at 0. But the longer we go at any given setting, the more it starts having an effect. It'll be interesting to see what happens when I move the control around a lot. That said, I think this is running fast enough that it won't make a very big difference. It may or may not. And remember what I said about how I needed to reset it? It needs to be here as well, or bad things can happen. So now we've reset it. Now we've got it added to this. Now we find out what happens when we have actually made the input going into the reverb be moving averaged, be high frequency filtered, be aliasing suppressed. This is going to have a strong effect. Exactly what effect? And this is something that is not actually being done in any of my other downsampled stuff, not yet. This is going to be for stuff going forwards and a way to make it better. But I don't have it in play in the current undersampling stuff. The current undersampling stuff is basically taking in Like if you're running it at 4x, as your sampling rate is 192K, and it's undersampling and reconstructing a 1/4 sample rate thing, but it's not actually doing the filtering going in, and this will. So that's very interesting. Also, I like the fact that I'm including overall scale in this because it will just automatically start doing that from now on. And that seems good. So build. Now let's start playing with this and seeing what we get out of it now on the same sound that we were using before. We're going to also try some other things, but for the moment we're going to just use this. Here is the same supposedly very aliased, but it's going to be different now. It does actually still sound very aliased, but I'm not sure that's necessarily correct. In fact, I'm hearing the note that it was originally sang at, which I wasn't before. And the overtones that we're hearing are those little corners on the waveform that it generates. And I'm hearing less in the way of actual sound. When I set it down to this, rather than being a really powerful sound, it's kind of a really unpowerful sound. I don't hear any of the vocal anymore. And that's because we're doing a moving average filter on the input coming in. Where it starts out this loud, but then if we're filtering it, and we can use that to make a sound be in the reverb, kind of like this.
What then do you have?
Oh, I made it go away. Let's try that again. So we're hearing that kind of rumble away for a bit. And then at some point it's going to take over and be new information coming in, which I think it probably has done. So what's going to happen is we're going to hear this sharp edge on it now because those corners being added are going to make a frequency come out. We've basically got a very darkened sound. There's no longer high frequency information coming in to distract from it, but every time there's a corner in the sound, that corner in the sound is going to make a musical note that is not related to the input sound coming in.
And now there's no one there. Show my all will take away.
So we have this dark noise. And we can still hear the note. But we hear this high singing noise, and that's the corners on the sound coming through.
Know him now, there's no one there. Show my all he'll take away.
So what's happening is we've darkened it, and then we're still hearing those edges, especially when we have a very high sample rate reconstruction. And the corners on that are coming through loud and clear. So we're hearing this nasty tiz on top of it. We're using a very small setting here. The 0 setting, which is the smallest space we've got available. And as a result, when we have the D-res real high, it's got this nasty overtone, and that nasty overtone is the reconstruction.
The only rightful governor of your affairs.
Like we can hear it.
Amounts to downright spiteful.
This tizziness. And then if we apply it, we're not going to save this, but we apply it. It's quite loud, first of all. But we should be able to plainly see that. Maybe we can, maybe we can't, but we should be able to plainly see that in the waveform. It may just be the sharpness of these corners, like where these go. Because the corners being made here, like this little edge, I'm not sure if you can see this real clearly where my cursor is. There's a point, there's a point, there's a point, there's a point, there's a point. These are all roughly equivalent in sharpness of the points, but they do not have anything to do with the underlying sound. The algorithm is just throwing them on there because it can. Like I can go back and reapply it with a much lower one, you'll be able to see it more clearly. But it's still having its effect even when it's at a much higher sample rate.
The only rifle.
So that's a much darker one. If we apply that, again, that's a loud sound. But we zoom in, and now we can really see those points. But before, those points were such a high frequency. Now they're a much lower frequency, but we can still see that it's being drawn as straight lines. The previous one was also being drawn as straight lines effectively. And the corners that that straight lineage produces is what causes this to happen. So I'm going to find a part and then use my cursor to move around the part and talk about a thing. Let's find a good spot for that. Okay, so here's a pretty good spot. I wonder if I can move this over very slightly. Good enough. And then the yellow line can represent some of this, or maybe better this one, or this one. So the one of you that's here and anybody that is watching in replay, let's talk about what a Bezier curve is. Let's suppose that we have a situation that is made up of like 3 points, which is currently what I've got highlighted here. It makes it a little harder to see, but you can't have everything. I've got this point, and this point. And it's drawing lines between these two things. So if you wanted to draw a curve between these things, what would you do? You'd use these positions and figure out a way of coming up with your end result point, where rather than being like, I start at this point and I go to this point and then I make a really sharp corner and go to this point, you'd be doing something else. You'd be trying to weave a kind of slalom through this stuff and make your output be some combination of these things. And one way of doing that would be a Bezier curve. I think it may or may not be related to the term spline. Long as I'm just doing this for the posterity in the future, let's take a moment and actually look at what this stuff is on the web. Forgive my hiccups. They are being caused by my coffee drinking or something. That should be able to show me what we're talking about. So let's go to Wikipedia for and this may actually show me This is showing me certain things. So when we say cubic Bezier curve with 4 control points, this is a way that you can generate a curve where you've got the point that it starts and stops, and then you've got other points that you extend outwards from the points where the curve passes through to steer it. And here's how the steering is done. And we might even, see here is quadratic Beziers in string art. It's being shown over my head. That'll be fine. Here's how you do that. You've got these 2 points, and then this is like a control position. And it's not a dynamically updating thing. That's okay. It's a picture. We can use a picture. All of this math looks really tricky, but if you think of it in the way of like, what would you do in order to make each of these points be a thing? I'll tell you what you got to do to get from 3 places to this curve. And it's involving the same kind of thing that we're doing with variables we've got. We've got the deres control, which could be, for instance, like let's say these are 10 dots or 20 dots. We'll say it's 20. Well, actually, no, this is not done very well, is it? Because these are like 10 dots and then this is like 20 dots, but no matter. Wikipedia is lying and claiming that it gives you these control points when it does not. Never thought I would see Wikipedia actually lie. But there we are. What's going on with this is like as follows. Say you start out at this dot and you end at this dot. If you went linearly through them, you would just be making a series of dots from here to here that would go in this line. But we have this control point. If we are taking 10 spaces, right, and you see they're color-coded, it is going, if we're going in this direction, we're going gray, purple, blue, lighter blue, green, yellow, orange, red, brown, and then destination. That is how a Bezier curve is being constructed, and what we're going to do in order to make our points, see where we've got points, and we've got these triangles. We're trying to draw the curve inside them, much like exists on this again, there we've got curves and points and things. So how is it doing that? Let's say we're going from gray to brown to destination in 10 steps, roughly 10 steps. How does it find these points? You go start from here to here, 1 step over. From here to here, 1 step over. You're going exactly 1/10 of the way each time, wherever the point is, wherever that line, that control point is. 1/10 along this way, 1/10 along this way, and the point exists at 1/10 between those 2 points. And that's all it is. That's all the Bezier curve is. You see, we've got all of this funky mathematics going on, and it looks very complicated, but it's just a simple mechanical thing. All you have to do is be able to divide like a 0 to 1 and then step along it. Because see what happens? We step along it to like halfway. 1, 2, 3, 4, 0.1, 0.2, 0.3, 0.4, 0.5. So here's this point. It's halfway between here and the control. And here's this point. It's halfway between the control and the end. And where do we place the dot? Halfway between the beginning of that and the beginning of that. And there we are. And that's how we get curves, which are very nice, reasonable curves, out of stuff like this. This will work as a low-pass filter on our spiky, pointy crunch reverb. And when I realized that was going to work, that's when I became really excited about the process. Now, we're not actually going to be doing 2-point curves. We're not actually setting the control point in any way. This is a cubic curve. We don't actually care what form of curve we're using. Like there is a cubic curve yellow made identical to a quadratic one black. We don't actually have to care about that. Anything that produces a curve out of our pointy ass reverb outputs will do the job for us. And I'll tell you something else. Once we are doing that overtone on the cruddy, antique-sounding digital reverb that is ClearCoat, that overtone will just plain go away. In ClearCoat, we're not filtering the input, meaning that we're just doing the aliasing, and so what ends up happening is you don't really hear the grind of it because it's throwing so much more information up there. Once you're filtering the input, you really hear the aliasing, and then once we do this, that will go away again too. Oh, look, this is an even better example. They've got animations of this and everything. Check this out. This is literally what I'm going to be doing. And it's going to be using quadratic curves. And we're going to be using the actual control points that we're on. At each point, we have 3. It is the second and the first, and then the immediate sample. And every step of the way, we're going to be using that cycle parameter. This top animation, I'm delighted that they're doing animations now. That's cool. This is exactly what we're going to be doing. And the motion of this here is the motion of cycle from 0 to 1 and back again. If you were just only using that, and in fact I am using it, I'm using it to make those triangular looking linear interpolations, is it's stepping along the path from the previous one to the next one every step of the way. Each time we do that, there is also an additional point out there, which is the input sample going. We're having a slight delay because there's going to be an additional one. And what that means is every step of the way we can start synthesizing along these lines. And this one where my cursor is at, we're going to be doing this one. We're going to be doing a quadratic Bezier curve between points that is constantly following along with the points and ignoring one of them. And then it will jump to trying to make another Bezier curve, starting with this point, using this one as the control, and then going onwards. And if that doesn't work, we'll do something else. Maybe we'll need to space them out in some other kind of way. But what we're going to do is basically just going from here and using what you can see. Like you can see the triangular aspect of that. We're going to do that with this. It's going to draw a line that curves and leaves out this point and goes from this point to this point, except for then we're going to start calculating it from this point and going to this point, and we're just going to see what it does. I think it's probably going to work just fine. It's possible that there will be more surprises in store. But bottom line is, that is the trick for today, and if it works, and we're not going to be doing this, we're not going to be doing wild shenanigans like this. This is what we do not have to do. Because that's pretty astonishing. As amusing as it might be. Like here's another crazy thing that it can do. As fun as that And the way you do that is by taking more of these points into account. So maybe it is not completely off the table. I'm trying to look at how this stuff actually works. Quartic. Let's take a moment and think about how this works, because higher order curves, that is amusing in its own right. And if it could be made to do something, that would be cool. I'm just not sure what good it would be. But much like with the Kalman filters, these are things that are not normally applied to audio. They're drawing shapes, yes, but this is not something where it's calculating out in an FFT algorithm or whatever what the frequency is. But you can kind of see how the higher order stuff works. So what's going to happen, like there's a fourth, there's a fifth. Some of this, it's drawing these shapes, but it's not drawing them based on a series of points that are linear. You can't have sound go like up here and then down here and then back up here and over here and then back again backwards in time. No, that's not how that works. You'd stop at this point if this was an audio waveform, which it could well be. It's pretty linear up to this point. Only then does it go back, and that can't happen. But if you, let's see now, do we have any other good algorithms? No. It is 11:46, and so while derping around looking at this stuff, actually I wonder if these same things are drawn better. No. That's a short article. It's only doing a really tiny amount of that stuff. This is how the simplest form of Bezier curve is drawn. These are more interesting. So any of this could also be drawn off of something like my waveforms here. What that does is, the smoother that curve is, the less high frequencies exist in it. But the sharper points are in it, the more high frequencies are in it. So the simplest order of curves, like this one, is doing a very gentle rotation as it goes. It's taking this point, it's taking this peak, and it's just straight up taking it away. It's the softest form of a Bezier curve. That said, we get to do more, and if you do more, you've got like this complicated thing. This is 1, 2, 3, 4 points, and this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 points. You'll notice that what it is doing on the quartic curve, like this would be, let's see, quadratic, cubic. I'm not entirely sure what it's talking about with this stuff, but you will notice some common factors in the process of this that are somewhat exaggerated by the fact that this one, if this was a waveform, this would be stepping backwards in time, but the concept is fairly sound. That if you are doing the quadratic curve, it's able to make a sharper corner when it needs to, but it's also going to roll off the high frequencies more effectively on something like this, the quartic curve being shown, and indeed the fifth order curve being shown, it's all animated, you can see it here, is smoothing out what is otherwise a sharp ripple. This is acting as a filter. It is acting as a filter where it is straight up throwing away some of the high frequency information represented by these points. And all the more with this. This one is lots of really aggressive high frequency or information, and then it goes backwards in time. But if you moved this point over, it would be doing about the same thing. And it's smoothing it out, but then it's capable of making this really sharp corner when it goes backwards in time, because it's able to track the reversal there. So if you kept making dots and kept extending it, it would be doing this thing where it would be rolling off high frequency information to the extent that it was not contributing to the overall curve, but continuing to represent it in a sense. And all of the weird little motions that we got here are just levels upon levels of what's being done. So the cubic has 4 points, and you can see how it's doing what it's doing. It's 2 of these in green, making these transitions, and then 1 of these in blue that's going from the midpoints of these green positions, and then the end point is the blue position, but they are all literally working on the same basic concept of start at 0 of everything and gradually scale over to become 1 of everything. And it's just how many layers you add to that process. Every step of the way, it will roll off high frequency information in a way that is not frequency oriented, in a way that will react differently to the information going in. So on that note, people don't want to be educated about this. That's fine. All of the stream left. But there ain't nothing so wrong with that. You're allowed to. And I'm going to throw on some music, make another cup of coffee, and then we're going to switch over to actual coding. And by the time that I'm actually working with this, it might become more exciting. I didn't really have to drop into teacher mode and be talking all about the Bezier curves, but I wanted to because that's what gave me the idea. Let's observe how much pentagrammatical complies with the Airwindows hit record meter. And I will be back once I'm finished doing this. See how it goes. I don't know, man. I'm excited about all of that Bezier curve stuff. You'll be excited about it more when you actually hear what it can do. I have a very strong intuitive sense this is going to be straight up gold as far as the output of these reverbs, using this exact technique with the undersampling. This is going to be 100% killer, and I'll be back in a moment. Or 10 minutes. I'll be back in 10 minutes. but we will stop it now because we're going to get back into Coding Stream. Furthermore, I am now kind of gung-ho. I was like, oh, nobody wants to listen to me talking about Bezier curves on Wikipedia, huh? Well, I know this is going to be a killer effect, but that doesn't mean it has to only be a reverb effect. And so I am also going to do a literal Bezier plugin. Furthermore, I'm going to see if I can't do a Bezier plugin that continues along to these quartic and quadratic curves and so on and so forth, just to see what it does at a normal sample rate, because they will reconstruct in such a way to soften high frequencies, and that's always popular. The question is, how far can we go and what's it going to do to the sound? Because this is not an audio process, of course. Let's not save that. So here's our cream coat. And here's how we reconstruct stuff. If dres equals 0, these get blanked out. But this is the bit where that part might need to change, but this is where we're going to do all our work. So, last 2L minus last step L times cycle. So here's the stages we're doing. And I'm going to talk my way through this stuff, and we'll get there. I can never tell whether the process of me doing this is an emblem of complete stupidity, or whether it is just genuinely doing something interesting and good. But I do know absolutely and categorically that this is going to kick butt in unreasonable fashion and be completely and totally awesome once I actually get it done. So here's the next part, which is cycle and these other calculations that we have here. So if we did just one of these things, that's going to give us just straight results. And I'll show you what that means. No reason I should have. Oh, Naldo, I'm so happy to hear it. A lot of that is down to Paul's hard work on the subject. So we can do this. That is heavily derezzed. And if we look at what it did, it's straight lines. So square wave rather than the angles. What we're doing with the angles is coming up with ways of, and it's interesting that we've got bits in here where it looks like it is a diagonal, but that's just a transition from one sample to another. It's just doing square wave outputs. We also had it where it was drawing lines from one point to the next, and it would draw a line from this corner to this corner to this corner, and so on and so forth. What we're looking to do is the Bezier curve. So we include this last step stuff, but it's maybe not going to be exactly the same as this. And we're working from, so let's start dialing some of this back. Now we've got this. We only have this. And we don't necessarily know at what point does, like which one does input sample R have to become when it's literally that one sample we're on, but it's going to be one of these. There's probably a way I can set it up where it would show something else. But if we're here, we have all of these. We could have last 2L, last ref L, input sample L, else input sample L equals any combination of these things. We could do that. There is no cycle involved there, but that does actually end up becoming part of what we will do. And we don't actually need to keep last step around, so we're going to take that away now. It doesn't need to be retained from one position to the next, because we're going to build everything out of just, I guess the previous one we did, we were doing that to draw the straight line, but we're no longer drawing a straight line, so we don't need that exact calculation anymore. It's going to be done more on the fly, I believe. We'll find out. Let's go up here and take last step away. Average sample is our input averaging. That's what's stopping the aliasing to the point where we're hearing the sample rate so clearly. And that part worked. That worked quite well, so we're going to go on from there. We might even be able to use this technique on input as well, but I don't think it will be necessary. Doing this doesn't really comply with the Nyquist theorem because it's not really operating on the basis of frequencies and harmonics. Like this may be able to generate frequencies that are higher than the sample rate, higher than the Nyquist frequency as it's applied to the reverb algorithm. But yeah, we can do this and that will work too. Or indeed, we could simply, well, no, that's not going to work. We do have to take it from this. Which probably means we need 3 saved samples, so I stand corrected, I think. I think I stand corrected. Give me a sec while I make this work. I can't just have 2 of them. And then I need 1 more. Or indeed more than that, but we're going to deal with 1 more at the moment. Doing a quartic algorithm would involve going into larger letters than that. Save. There's another place. You may notice there's another place. I will go to the other place in a moment. Also, allow me to cough a little bit so I can clear my throat. Or try to, anyway. Here's other place. And we must initialize all of our new variables before using them. But they're going to work about the same way, and you will notice that these only update at the point that the sample changes. We're going to make this big stack of them, but they only update at the point that the sample changes. And I'll munch them together because they're all basically the same thing. And now, having done that, I go down here to where we do the magics. And then we have one more of these to add. CL equals BL. CR equals BR. This will make everything much louder, but there's no harm in that. And we can use this as we go. It's not what we're aiming for, but this will show that those things actually work. Let's close that. Go over here. And we'll be making about 9 dB louder than this reverb sound. So kill the regen. We are clearly hearing the sound coming out. And oddly, it's taking longer to generate, but I don't think there's any harm in that. And now we can see that adding those things together is causing an interesting effect where we've got funny little spikes everywhere. Sometimes the sample that we're on, as it passes through, is not the sample that we're going to keep. But we are at least able to generate multiple things out of the one thing, and we've got little spikes added here now and then. And that's because we're not taking the pass-through correctly. That's why we're hearing that frequency so obviously. It's adding all these three things together. If we didn't do that, it would be a lot quieter. And then every time we generate a new reverb sample, we throw in a ringer. We throw in a sample that really has nothing to do with any of that other stuff. Once we start making curves out of this stuff, it's going to become very obvious which one we pass through. But it's going to be one of these ones that we're working with. And this is just all of them added together. I could also pick either of them, any of them, and it'll just be quieter, but it'll be basically this thing. And then the pass-through samples are all a lot quieter because this is just the input peeking through. making these little spikes here. So not a useful sound, that, but that's not what we were aiming for anyhow, because what we were aiming for is to make something out of these. So how do we go about doing that, given that we have cycle that is going from 0 to 1? And dres is the smallest amount at any given point, but we're going to want to use cycle for every step of the way. So we're basically just see, what I'm now wondering is where we get the, no, actually, no, I think we're good. Where we get the end result out. But the answer is fairly obvious, isn't it? Or at least I think the answer is fairly obvious. We'll find out. And it's all going to act kind of like this. We're using the values of these things, but then we're crossfading between all of them linearly, because all the little places in the Bezier curve crossfade linearly. So it's kind of like when we're doing our wet and dry calculations, where you have a number that is wet that is 0 to 1, and then rather than having to have a separate number, we can do 1.0 minus wet. Well, in this case, we have cycle going from roughly 0 to 1. So we can do 1.0 minus cycle, and that gives us the position between these two little crossfades, and we're doing a whole set of crossfades as we go. And that's going to give us a kind of curve I'll show you in a moment. And there's still going to be a little thing peeking through, but that's fine. We have not reassigned input sample yet, but we will. And so CBL equals last CL. If cycle is 0, we're presumably starting with that one and ending with the next one. So times plus and it works kind of like that. CBL is the crossfade between CL and BL, so it's going a little bit forwards in time as it goes because it's trying to arrive at an end result. We do the same thing for right. CBR, less CR, and less BR. And then we need to do it again to get another set of variables. Same deal. Same thing. We are doing the little cycle crossfade, starting at the last one and then moving forwards to closer in time to the current moment, because C is the most delayed and A is the least delayed. And then cycle just crossfades. It keeps skipping forwards. As it does, it is going to make CBL go from the value of CL, which is the oldest one, to BL, which is slightly newer. BAL lasts from BL to AL, slightly newer. And then we're going to have an output value that's determined by these, and we can just apply that straight to input sample, I think, and we will get a result. And then you add more stages. You go to quartic, you go to quantic, whatever, by just adding more stacks of this. But this is how it's done. Copy, paste. I speak as if I'm speaking to a very silly and foolish dog when making this kind of coding. My brain is that very silly and foolish dog, or possibly horse, more of a pony in character. Not really very dog-like at all. And then here, CBL is the slowest one, and BAL is the soonest one. CBR is the slowest one, so we start with that. BAR is the soonest one. Every step of the way, we're building this stuff up from 1.0 minus cycle. Although I think I've got that all backwards. Do you see how I have it backwards? Because I think I have it backwards. If cycle starts at 0, we don't want it to do that. Except, no, we do. I don't have it backwards, I have it forwards. So if cycle starts at 0, we start at the slowest one and move to the intermediate ones, and that's the way that a Bezier curve is supposed to work. So we've now done a thing. Let's see what it did. Component. We'll fire up rise mean vocal again. And we're going to see what this does. We are going to have a little fizzy noise coming through this because we have not assigned it correctly. Okay, so we're making something happen. Let's see what we made happen. This should show us what's happening. And indeed, it seems to be. What's this latest craze about rotating audio with convolver? Kniven? I have no idea what you're talking about. Explain better, because I don't understand what you mean. One thing we can see here is it's flipping out real hardcore, but the pieces are kind of there. Like, if we were able to connect this better, it would work. Some of our curves are good and some of them are not. Part of that might be because we are using input sample wrongly. And we can see there are places where it's okay, except for that there's a point that doesn't belong, and places where it's not. So the next order of business is to get rid of these little spikes. After then, we'll figure out what is making it bounce around in the way that it is, because it's got a nasty tendency of not assembling these correctly. If you follow me. Like, we should be able to make this dot go away. I know why that's there. But then this stuff, it should be able to make this curve go through here, but then not have to bounce over to this and have it be in the wrong place. This may possibly be why people don't try to do Bezier curves on audio, but you can see the potential of this, right? If we were just able to offset these and position them rightly, it would be pretty awesome. So that's the next trick, is to convert this into the waveform that it clearly wants to be. Don't save that, it was awful. So this stuff is fine. Kinda. We're clearly doing a Bezier curve. I don't know whether we need to add more control points or whether some of these need to be the control points and some of these need to be the output samples. But I do know that I can find the correct output, probably, for the pass-through condition. Let's guess it was B instead of A. So it might be B, it might be C, it's definitely not going to be A because that's the one that we are just immediately applying. But our reconstruction doesn't ever use that. So let's see where we got. There will be a point where it's probably still going to do the craziness, but it won't have those one sample ticks in the middle. Yeah, so if you want to tell me more about what you mean by rotating auto with convolver, by all means carry on. I have no idea what you're talking about. Horrible noise ensue. But what happened when we applied it? Okay. So this is interesting. Logically, it's like it would be able to do this, but it keeps resetting its position somehow. So I'd like to figure out why it's doing that. What makes it offset in that way? Should I be adding the result to the end of one of these to get the end result? Because you see how it keeps drawing this, right? It's drawing this based on I know not what. Or it's drawing it, it's starting from somewhere and then drawing the line. But it's drawing it as if it needs to start from a fixed point that is not 0. We are, however, starting from a fixed point that is 0. And I will note that we are successfully eliminating the little one sample ticks that were there. Then, what would happen if we started this reconstruction at a fixed point that maybe is one of the delayed points? See? This is the reconstruction. What if we started it at one of the delayed points? What if we started it at like last CL? And if we just kept that, we would have a square wave. But what we're looking at is a bunch of curves that are being assembled improperly, like they're not being started from the right place. If they just start from the oldest possible square wave sample, is this the thing that's going to make them add up correctly? If so, we added another form of this. It would do likewise. Let's find out if that's the secret. It may be that that was the only thing missing. Or it may be that I need to go another level. But for starters, we're going to quickly see what happened. We still have a nasty noise. If we still have a nasty noise, then that means something else. Ooh, that's a very nasty noise. What does it mean? That's loud. Let's take away the regen. It's still going to be loud. Let's see what it did. I feel like maybe that is placing that inversely to what it's supposed to be, right? Like, you see where that starts there? And then this looks like it's going to be a curve over the top to go back again, but it's starting as far out as it possibly can. Does that mean that we need to flip it? Negative last CL plus. And the rest of this is not inverted, but this part is inverted. So we're doing the same reconstruction, but we're starting the oldest sample, but we're actually doing it inverse rather than positive. And we're going to just see what happens. Because that was a very aggressive, it was like that was so aggressive that it was like literally the opposite of what it should have been. So we might have just flipped it to being the correct polarity of what it should have been. Also, I see V is speaking again. And so in a moment, I will see whether I can make any sense of your rotating, convolving talk. Nope, still not good, but it should tell me something. Huh. Okay. We are throwing a lot of really energetic stuff in here. And we continue to kind of reset. Does that mean we are just using the wrong point to reconstruct from? Like if we reconstruct from the middle point, is it going to be any happier? We've also got stuff like this in here. There's one that is out of position. Nothing to it but to do it. Let's find out. We'll reconstruct from that point. At some point, we'll work through the permutations of this, because it feels like this is permutations to which there is a correct answer. And once I get it working, it'll probably make sense as to why it would be working. But until that point, we're throwing a bunch of extremely nasty noises because we're assembling stuff incorrectly. Here's another. And that looks like this. Yep. You can see how these curves would attach to each other. The angles are always exactly correct. They are just offset in some way. It's like we're flipping polarity. Could that be the answer? Because I have a feeling that just flipping this isn't going to do the job either, but I might as well try. Now take a moment. So VN. I'm reading the commentary. Sine sweep could do that. Audio track could do that. Time length. Rotate spectrum. I have no idea what you're talking about. Although convolvers will give you something like that, but I have no idea what you're talking about. Find whoever is doing it. Maybe they'll explain it. It sounds like similarly to how people generate reverb impulse responses through using a sine sweep in a room. As far as calling it rotating audio, I'm not sure I would call it that. I'm not sure I would call it that at all. So let's see, where was I at? This is somewhat counterintuitive, but I have a suspicion as to things that might work with this, just judging from looking at what it's doing. Now here we have same thing. It's also going to be terrible. Although funnily enough, I hear something in there. Will you look at that? That's interesting. I wasn't expecting that. I wasn't expecting that at all. You know what this tells me? This tells me that using this one is in fact exactly perfectly right. And then the part where I am filling in the one output, this one is one off. This point where I'm filling in this dot, I'm using the wrong one to do it. But that was the correct answer. Look at that. Last BL turns out to be the correct answer. And B is the common factor for these. I don't think input sample L is going to be last. Let's try it at last C. I don't think it's going to work to just pass it through. The rest of this stuff is way too delayed for that, but I could be wrong. Like, if I'm wrong and you can just pass it through directly at that instant, then this will work, leaving things very simple. As if cycle equals 1, this would be the point that we hit that final output, and so no delays would be needed. And let's quickly try this and see what it does. Because if this works, that is the end of the search process, and we can start playing with hearing it. Nope. I still hear it in there. I still hear it doing stuff. And what we're going to see is that it's making those little one sample things. They are clearly offset. They are clearly in the wrong place. They're very strong indeed. And what that means is that my offset was wrong. We're not going to save because that's awful. And then rather than just passing through input sample, the first instinct of having it literally be last CO, the longest possible delay, we pass through at the point where we take up and pass through last CL to the output of all of these things. And then the input sample would be last BL plus last CL. But does that make sense? No, because that's not what we're doing, are we? Well, let's see what we get. Because this is an else. When we're up here, we're literally just passing through this value. That's what's making it do this. So we can manipulate this to give the right answer. But all the other time we're doing this, which is giving the right answer. And we got this part working right now. So we have only this one sample tick that's happening at the sample rate, and we need to figure out what the correct answer is for doing that. I cannot tell you what the sign part plays a role. I am not the person to be able to answer that. I am sorry. What did we get? Still doing it. Still doing it, but what have we got? We have got a strong sample tick everywhere that we pass through. And it's quite a loud boost. I wasn't expecting this much of a boost. Yeah. Again, I apologize. I can't answer that for you. For that matter, if you asked me to write code that would take a sine sweep and turn it into a convolution impulse, I wouldn't be able to do that either, which is why I can't answer it for you. Instead, my job today is to answer this. Why is this doing this? So maybe echoing the reconstruction factor is going to be what I need to do. Because we can't simply pass through this. Oh, well, hang on, though. Have we tried just straight up passing through BL? Or what if we literally copied this over and used it? It's still possible to use this. We may just have no raw pass-through at all, ever. Instead, we got to use something like this. In which case, we would have to define these here. But maybe we don't need all of them. But at any rate, if we define these here, we're basically reproducing everything, but instead of doing it this way, we're reproducing it on a value of cycle that no longer really means anything. But this should still mean all the same stuff. We've just reassigned everything. And our cycle no longer makes any real sense. It's this tiny little number. Let's see what happens when we just do this. We'll build it. And now that should be doing the same thing with the same values from the same place, all the same way. There are no exceptions. It's literally the same thing. Meaning we could probably take it out of that calculation, honestly. Because there's no change. But first, let's see what it does sound-wise. There might still be a lot of crunch in this, but it might be just what we needed. Promising. What do we got? That looks like a right answer to me. Does it look like a right answer to you? Because it sure as hell looks like a right answer to me. I am a little concerned at how loud it is compared to everything else, but there's probably no help for that. That is drawing nice little Bezier curves without any artifacts around all of this stuff. And the places where it crunches, it's crunching because it is literally clipping. I may want to calculate on how to turn it down. Hey, we got there. And I tell ya, that means something else too. This exists in both of these places. What that means is cut, delete, and just put it in after here, because it happens no matter what you do, and then we don't need an else statement. All of this happens. One cycle is larger than 1, cycle is minus equal 1, and we do all this other stuff, and we reset average sample. And then we always do this no matter what. And this gives us our end result. So maybe the reason it's louder is because it's 6 dB louder? Because it's being reconstructed by last BL, which is going to be equivalent to what one of the input samples will be. But then you always add something else which is an interpolation, meaning that it would be twice as much. So we're doing a crossfade between this those are crossfading, so that's going to be the same basic volume as that and that, that and that. It's going to be the volume of one of them. This is the same deal. It's going to be the volume of one of them. This is going to be the volume of one of them because it's another crossfade. It can never be the volume of both of them added, but this ends up being twice. A little shifting of bits there, and we're good. My stomach is rumbling. I'm going to be happy to have my tacos tonight. Here's the fun part. Also, I should take top chat off. Anybody has anything to say, they're more than welcome to do so. You are very patient to deal with the boring parts of this as I try to explain in language what some of this stuff is. But it's so that I can do this. Let's see now whether that is actually gain scaled appropriately. Again, it's my nasty vocal. Extremely dark D-res. Now it's slowed down. And now it sounds very clean indeed. And I'll tell you why.
The only rightful governor of your affairs. This amounts to downright frightful. Who's the fool who's standing there? The only rightful governor of your affairs. Know him now, there's no one fairer. Show my all he'll take away.
You can get into a zone with it. I feel like I should be continuing to cut it down in level though. Like it's going to be a shifting of bits to give me the answer for that. So let's continue to shift the bits. Even more so. I'm not sure why it would be making it that much louder each time, but we'll find out. We're going to do 12 dB down and see what it gives. Because I want to be able to turn up the regen. So we can clearly hear the S's on that. But it's going to start getting darker the more we start getting a actual... So this makes me wonder whether I should be doing a different Bezier. And one of the things that's happening is give it plenty of regen. Is that we're going to have a distinct sound out of the highs because it's being reconstructed with the Bezier curve rather than anything that has to do with frequencies. So it doesn't know what a frequency is. I feel like I'm getting a sense of loudness, which I should, because this is intended to be a loud vocal. And it's supposed to have a lot of toot and aggression to it, so I'm wanting to preserve that. So now I've got it with the aliasing, the sample rate, down into the mid-range. It's supposed to sound wild and aggressive. And I seem to have the playback volume good, although I don't know why it would be multiplying it by 6 dB each time when it's only crossfading. But that's not actually my concern. If it's working, that's the important part. Infinite reverb, anyone? Infinite reverb. And then we can play derez on it while it goes. Yeah, well, one would hope it would sound like a large PA system, but there's no special reason to assume that it would or not. This is Bezier curves reconstructing a low sample rate reverb, and this is a very low sample rate here. We can drop it right down to next to nothing. We're feeding tiny bits of additional sound into it as we go, by the way. This is not actually locked off. This is just 100% feedback. So if we do our Bezier reconstructions on literal subsonic sounds, it does this. You can scroll it right down. Oh, we're starting to get a little more build-up. That's good. Get more to play with. So there's our 100%. Bear in mind also that this is one of those ones where it's not doing any filtering. On some of the others, reverbs, I'm filtering the sustain, and on this I am not. Although it wouldn't be hard to do. Before diving even further into this, let's hear what it sounds like on drums. Again, this is the ClearCoat reverb. You can get it to where you sort of hear an artifact. I might be able to do something about that with additional layers of Bezier curve. It's definitely sensitive to it. And there we are, we have taken the highs out of it. Although I gotta say, we've balanced the levels in such a way where it's not freaking out or overloading. We can fix that though. And as we continue to fiddle with D-Res, we have to use a much smaller selection to get anything sensible to happen out of it. Because this is a super deep D-Res. We can set it right down until it's next to nothing. And speed it up until it's something again. With that high-end roll-off, can you do really short reverbs too, or does it get progressively longer? It is strictly a factor of how slow the sampling is going. So I can make really short reverbs with the shortest possible selection and no regen. And it's going to get slower as it goes. Like this is just about subsonic. Also, I probably don't need to pad it as much as this. But maybe I do. Depends on the sound. So if you have a really fast one, it's almost impossible to tell. And if you go to middle, the shorter of a reverb it is, the less it's going to be affected by deres compared with if you use a much longer reverb. And again, there's no regen here. I'm making it as short as I can. You got to pick a shorter one if you want to stretch it using deres and have it still stay short. That's pretty wild. I'm going to do a quick little change and bring it up 6 dB because I feel like that amount of padding is more than it really needs. And then the next thing we do is try to do an additional layer of fancy on the Bezier curve. And then the next thing that we do is a literal Bezier plugin, which will just apply a fixed frequency filter. And it will be very interesting to see whether that works as a good ultrasonic filter. Because it might, and this is a heck of a lot of an easier way to do it than layer after layer of other stuff. Let's turn that reverb up. Alrighty, now we're getting somewhere. That's what I call the cream coat reverb. And this is indeed the technology that's going to find its way into all of my fancier stuff. This is using this on the shortest possible ClearCoat patch, which is appalling in its own right. You don't necessarily want to use this off of ClearCoat, but listen to what it has become. That's quite something. And so now we speed it up a little bit. This is working super well. We got there. People are going to be able to use this too. You could also do a widener effect by throwing a vibrato on the input coming in. Just modulate this a little bit and you're good to go. I will note that doing this you can kind of hear the resonance. But that's okay because this is designed to be used at other deres settings, not this. Hey, Igor. Oh, let's play with some voices. Monster voices. Monster voices engage. All very well and good. Cool. So, what if we go deeper? Looks pretty straightforward to me. Question is, now that we've got this, what's it going to take it another level? And what is that going to mean when we do, or if we do? I am going to play on a hunch here. And we're going to find out bit by bit whether or not we have to have a series of them and then begin reconstructing from the middle one somehow. Because that's what we got to last time. And this is not really something anybody does, so it's kind of on us as to how we need to make it work, if indeed it does ever work. And bits of it work. So far so good, and the rest of it is also pretty straightforward. We simply extend this out. And now the rest of this will still work. But we have some changes to make. First, given that the rest of this is still working and fine, let's comment it out. Let's duplicate it. literally comment it out, have it be, this is what we have that already works, as we dive into deeper, stranger waters. We can always go back to that. But what else can we make happen? Well, this process is done by starting out by assembling all of these things and running with them. So let's add another level. So we want to make that and that. And that. The way these are spelled out is you do last whatever by last whatever also. So E, D goes like this. Hang on, I did it wrong. DC goes like this. And then CB is already fine. So we've roughly doubled those things. And now we need to make another set of intermediates. Much like we did here. So we're going to duplicate this a couple of times and run from that. Might or might not need to do this additional multiplier. Let's not. Let's just apply it at the end. Let's see how loud this crazy thing gets as we go. Huh. So last B was the middle one. So now we're going to be going with last C if that holds. Because you remember I'm building this all out of like the last C to last A was using last B as the middle position. This part still holds, but this one now needs to be made from ED and DC, I think. I think that's the way that's going to work. So let's do it. Let's do it. But, does that even hold? I doubt it. I don't think we need to reconstruct that part. Let's not. So how do we go about doing this? I think it's just, I'm used to programs that are giving me all this feedback on how this stuff works, and it would have been telling me I didn't have enough parentheses, but I've just fixed that. So now this part is correct, but the part above needs to be redone because it's not CB and BA, it's ED and DC. I'm pretty sure that's how that works, is I have to keep reconstructing it bit by bit. Every additional measurement is breaking down from halvesies of the previous. I can't make any sense of this. I can't put it into good words, but that's okay because people were asking me for words on things like convolution, and I can't do that. But I can do this. This is going to work. I just don't know quite how or what. Here's where we're starting. This is the stuff that we're using. This is the stuff that we're setting up to make it work. All of that should be all we need. And having done that, and I'm not sure whether we're going to go to quantic or quartic Bezier curves with this, but I do know that I'm going to be able to make something that works. We're basing it off of last C as this where we start from. And now we need these to be something else. So let's call it CBAL. And we need to instantiate more variables. That said, some of this could be munched together into one giant algorithm that would be horrifying to look at. But for now, we can look at it like this. And we're currently redefining input sample and input sample R, but that's because I just haven't typed the new stuff in yet. Hey, Carla. So this becomes CBAL. This becomes CBAR. And this pattern just repeats. And EDCL and EDCR. If I can keep this going, I can build this into the Bezier thing and then see what that does on like literal white noise static. Because I'd really like to see what this does as a filter, given that it is not a filter. Much like Kalman. Kalman is GPS calculations. This is visual arts. This is visual arts drawing Bezier curves. So let's see what we got. We do EDCL and EDCR to CBAL and CBAR. And we're starting from last CL and last CR. Similarly to where we're starting from last BL, and this is B in the middle of those, this is C in the middle of those, meaning that if we extended it further, we'd probably be about doubling the number of this, and it would be starting on E. If my theory is, and also I think we need to add 6 dB pad each time. Let's see what we built. Because this is great fun. And if the rough approximations of guesswork of what this even means holds, then I will have thought through that stuff, and this will be smooth and nice. I'm not sure whether this counts as smooth and nice. Let's see what that looks like. Well, we can't really see it. Oh, I think I see issues. Okay, so let's quit without saving. Fix our volume levels and figure out what's happening. we're probably reconstructing from the wrong place. Okay, so this one was fine. Maybe we're doing this in... It's possible that all these need to go in a different way, and then we do a different set. So first let's rebuild that and see what it looks like. And we'll see what it looks like on the voice rather than the drums, because drums are percussive sounds, and voices might be trusted to make the correct sound instead. And we're just going to work through this in a logical kind of fashion to see what we can make it do. And again, no regen, just the raw output, and it's going to be assembling stuff incorrectly again. But now we want to find out how and why. And it is absolutely assembling stuff incorrectly. So we've picked the wrong place to start from here. But that's not necessarily the only problem. I might be assembling this stuff wrong, because my assumptions of how that goes together might be wrong. What if we weren't doing this? Like the one that worked, right? We're making CBL out of CL and BL, BAL out of BL and AL, and then our output is made out of CBL and BAL. What if we can't skip all the way to making it out of EDC and then CBA? What if instead it has to be DCB and CBA? I mean, it's worth a try. This stuff is fine however we leave it. Like, we don't really need this one here. So now we have these. So we rename this to DCB. And we renamed these to DC and CB. We're kind of overlapping them in a different way. And then CB to BA. So we got that going on. That part doesn't change. And then the question is, are we actually starting from CL or not? Or do we even need to start from one of the intermediate points? But that is a question I do not know the answer to right now. Although we might be able to work it out from context based on how the simpler form worked. Because I'm trying to see the patterns in this. This is forming patterns of code. It's forming patterns of how these pieces go together. And if I can recognize that, like, we start from the middle position or something, and then just try these experiments to see whether they work and do anything, I might just get to multiple levels of working and being correct. This is probably not it. It's not it. But it'll tell me something. One thing I'm finding is that I'm padding it too much. Another thing that I'm finding is it's drawing these pictures just fine, but it's starting in the wrong place. So do I need to start from somewhere else? And then we're also going to not pad it as much. Let it be louder. So instead of last CL, oh wait, because the previous one, okay, it started at last B and used last C. What if it always starts at last B? That would be screwed up, but at the same time, if it's correct, I'm not going to flaunt it. You know, I'm not gonna gripe about that, because I feel like it's always got to start from somewhere, but where it starts is a really interesting question. Because what this thing does is it generates Bezier curves, and they always have to start at a point, and that point is one of the sample positions that we used. This is either going to be absolutely correct or wildly and totally wrong. That sounds like wildly and totally wrong, although the amplitude is better now. Yep, see. Not only that, look at that. We are inverting the direction some of the time. Do you see what's happening in that waveform? This tells me that I'm far from done, that I've done like half of it, but then the other half is not ready to go yet. Because some of our waveforms are able to, well, no, even here it's not, is it? It's like the waveform can sometimes go through, but sometimes, as it accelerates into this point, it like swoops downwards, and then it's going upwards at exactly the same rate, or it swoops upwards and then it's going downwards at exactly the same rate. This is a wild result, and just blindly, the thing that I was thinking to do is not going to help here. I can't just do a different offset, because it's changing the polarity of where that curve is going. So that means that level of things is not working, but the overall concept probably holds. I don't know whether I can make it This is me trying to figure out what I must do. Like, what if we reconstructed all these intermediate ones from their previous positions? And when I say previous positions, I mean that I can do the simplest form, and it needs to say last BL. See this bit in the middle here? This works perfectly. And this is making this part from last BL plus this stuff here. I could reproduce this pattern for each of these. What that would mean is this. And it might or might not need the gain correction. It would mean that see CBL, BAL, yeah, I can just tuck this in here. I have to spell it correctly though. So each of these now have the same form as the previous one that worked. The reason that they have parentheses around those other ones is because it came out quite loud. And then the same thing is going to follow for this one. But instead of being, oh no, hang on. But it's going to be last C. Let's see what happens when we do this. There. Now each of these things is following the same pattern of the previous ones, where they're making a smooth connected up curve using the correct offset to get there. So if we used CBAL or CBAR, that's literally the same thing that we did in the one that worked. If we used DCBL and DCBR, that would also be literally the same thing that we did in the one that worked. That would be smooth. It would be just slightly offset, slightly different timing of it, but it's exactly the same formula as before. That implies that combining these as another level, we don't actually go by last BL, we go by one of these. So, for this we are reconstructing from last BL, which is the last one on this and the first one on this. So we look at this variable, which we just created up here, BAR, like that. But in this case, we are reconstructing it based on what we started with here. So let's see now. Last BR plus these two combinations. And this one starts out at this. So we use what's in here. So with these ones, it starts out at, let's see now. No, these are fine. These are fine. This is not. So we start out at this. I'm still struggling with this a little bit, but it will be fine. And we referred to this, but we used this bit. Bar equals last BR. So C bar equals CBR. So we go from here. And we go from CBL. And we're not doing anything with E, at least not yet. We might. If we can make this work, we might just continue it. Continue the pattern. But now we're starting each of these based off of something, and then we're starting the combination of them based off of where this one got what it was. Well, I can talk a blue streak about this stuff, but if it doesn't work, it means nothing. So first we see if it works. If it works, then we go from there. I'm thinking we didn't get there, but something happened. What happened? What did it do? Okay. So we're kind of in the zone. It's not doing any of those wild-ass offsets, but it's doing a continuous level of smaller offsets, suggesting that I'm on the right track, but I'm using the wrong variable to do it. Let's find out what happens if we change that assumption a little bit. So with this one that worked, we are starting with last BL, and we know that these bits worked. And then we use the one in the middle to do it. This may not actually be the one in the middle anymore. CB, is CB the one in the middle? No, I don't think it is. DC might be the one in the middle. Let's find out. Because we can produce it from here, or maybe we want BA. Let's find out if this works first. If not, we can try BA. This will either be better or lots worse. If it's lots worse, it's BA we wanted. And that also produces a pattern. But firstly, what do we got? Ooh, doesn't sound good. Interesting. We've got a reversing polarities thing going. That's clearly not right, is it? That's clearly super wrong. Look at moments like this, where it looks like it's just inverting its direction of travel. It's either offsetting or it's inverting. That's crazy. Let's try BA. And if that don't work, we have further explorations to get where we're trying to get. Because this is all stuff where if I can get a result, it's being just generated by a series of samples. So I can also make a regular plugin that will apply specifically a Bezier curve filter on whatever you feed in. Namely, I can do it on literally the audio path coming in. And that would be a lot of fun. I'd love to see what that does. But until that moment, we're trying to figure out what makes it do this. So sometimes it's going through. Let's normalize it so we can see this real plainly. So sometimes it's, well, no, actually it looks almost like literally every time. We've got some funny behavior here. This might be it going through a center position without freaking out. If it does this, it's like it's going through and then just getting little offsets each step of the way. It's supposed to be able to do this. But then some of these, like a moment like this, is clearly not okay. It's doing a sharp direction and then abruptly reversing it. It's not maintaining its speed and orientation correctly. And yet it should be able to, we shouldn't be getting stuff like this at all. It shouldn't be bouncing to the opposite direction of travel like that. The offsets are not great, but it's capable of reversing itself in unpleasant and unhelpful ways. And yet sometimes it's not. Like this is not reversing itself. This is following a pattern kind of nice and smoothly, but it must be just by accident, because immediately thereafter it goes insane. It's doing this stuff. Like that's literally the opposite of what I want. So yeah. Also, we obviously don't need this scaling factor here. So if we just ran with last BL again, would that help anything? because I feel like these parts, there's nothing so broken with these parts. We should be able to just read CBAL or DCBL and they're both going to be fine, although I could test that. We could test that and find out. I want to see what it does with this first. Just another little tweak to see whether it does anything else crazy. Because it's doing all the crazy... I'm taking something that worked just fine and that I've got commented out and trying to extend it. I don't have anything selected, so I will just patiently wait for it to make a noise. Yeah, it's not happy. Because it's doing this. It's reversing the polarity of its little neutron flow periodically and not starting from the right places. So the reversing polarity thing is the thing that I'm worried about at the moment. So we're going to put in a little additional thing just to see what we've got. This is sometimes why I drink lots of coffee, is I've been burning so hard I've burned off all that coffee and now I'm yawning. That's okay though, there's nothing so wrong with that. I've gotten through stuff usefully today. So this should be duplicating. Like this is literally what is shown here except for without the times 0.25. DCBL and DCBR should be a louder version of the same thing that we had that worked. I do not know whether we need to have all of those operating in the same way, but we can at least check to see whether it's still there. Is good. See, that's what we had. This is the first level. We can also check. Well, no, actually, CBAL was the one. DCBL is the new one. And so... So if we do those, but we just straight crossfade between them, what do we get? Because that's the one that we're testing to make sure that it still works. Maybe only the first level needs to work from the offset, and every subsequent level can work from the smoothed things that we're producing. I don't know if that's true, but there's a quick way to find out. Because we've demonstrated that that works. So if we now do this, we are doing a really fast crossfade at each point between two things that we've demonstrated sound fine by themselves. If I just pipe through DCB, it's fine, it's smooth. If I just pipe through CBA, that is also fine, that is also smooth. What if I just crossfade between both? What then happens? One way to find out, because that's all we're doing now. We are crossfading at each point between two things that if I use either of them by themselves, they're smooth. And each of them start with that little offset that they have. Something happened, but what is it? What is it, I wonder? Let's have a little close-up look and see what it made. We've got a situation where it is sometimes reversing its angle and sometimes not. This stuff still looks basically correct, like what I see down here. Let's normalize it. So when we make a big old waveform like this, here's things that can happen. It can be swooping through a point with a great deal of offset, making it zip over. Or it can be going over the top of a wave like this, and if it does that, it can go swooping down, and when it transitions, it's reversed the direction that it's going. That's interesting. Does that mean these are being summed wrongly? Like, what if we do this one simple change, knowing that we've reversed it? DCB minus instead of plus. What happens if we do this? Like, I don't think that should work. I think this should probably not work, but it would be quite amusing and interesting if it did. Hey, thank you, Queen Slut. So let us, yeah, I mean, this is fun. You can, bonus for discontinuity, I'm throwing additional amazing plugins as fast as I possibly can. We haven't even put out stuff like CrunchCoat, and I'm already working on CleanCoat and seeing what craziness this produces. So this is not producing as large of a peak. And if I apply this, what's the difference between this and the other one? And are we getting any points at which, as it goes through that point, it reflects and suddenly changes direction? Because here's the thing, I can offset it any way I want. I think right now I'm not offsetting it at all. The offsets are all well and good. And let's normalize again. Boop. Wow, that's quite extreme. So the offsets are well and good, but these are the parts I don't want to see. Where it should be able to go through whatever offset there is without breaking. But now we're trying to do this additional level of Bezier curve. And when it goes through the little offset, which I can see is a point that it could be repositioned, like here. Here, it can go through here, and if it jumped to this point, that might be smooth. But here, if we go through, say, this point, let's find an even more extreme example. Here is an even more extreme example. If we go through this point here, it's going up, and then all of a sudden it's going down. That's what I want not to happen. So, or again, done the same thing here. it's going down, and then all of a sudden it's going up. That makes it feel like it is a polarity change, whereas over here it's like it's going down and then all of a sudden it's going more steeply down. These points where it needs to flow through are points where it's failing to connect. So what did we in fact have there? Could we continue this offset process? Like, this has to start with the basics. It starts with this. It makes 3 of these, and then each of these have an offset also, and that's how this becomes smooth, although it might... I don't know whether we need that to be doing that thing. It's just possible that we don't. And this would be doing yet another layer upon that. So if we didn't, with this one you can do the last B for the summation of those things. If instead of that we assumed that our middle part is now C, because we've added one, and then we do this reconstruction based on something, but this one not based on something, and then we just combine these, the last B was the middle point of those, but the last C is... It's hard to follow through the logic of this, because this is not logic. Nobody's really done this before, to my knowledge. I'm pretty sure people who draw Bezier curves do control points in their own way, and they don't have to do it like this, and they don't have to make quadratic and quantic curves in that way. I do wonder whether if I looked at Wikipedia, there would be clues in there. Well, I just took out one part. So I can see what happens having changed that one part. And I'm willing to bet that's not going to fix it. But it would suggest that we're starting all of this from a set position. Yeah, I can already tell. And I can already see that with some of these little spikes and things, it's going in a direction and then suddenly it's going in the opposite direction, where it's making a sudden change in polarity, and some of them are just straight plain offsets, but some of them are not. And it's supposed to be able to track through all of that. So we're not there. We have a commented out thing. This we commented out because it will work just fine just the way it is. ClearCoat lives, but we're working on all of the additional levels of refinement that it could conceivably do. I wonder what would happen if we left that. Both of those are going to be fine. But then if we were assembling this in a different way, for instance, if we assembled them in a different polarity, what would happen then? could it be that it wants to read its cycles backwards here? If that's true, this will do some good. Otherwise, it will not. Oh, and we never got back to adding them. We are subtracting them. That's probably not what we want to do. So now we're adding these in an inverted way. We're putting them together in a different sequence. Both of these raw materials are smooth. Both of these raw materials, if I just listen to the direct output, will give me a smooth result. But we don't want to simply, we don't necessarily want to reverse the polarity of that either. Reversing the polarity of that neutron flow is absolutely not what we want. As obviously shown by the fact that this is a complete train wreck. But how is it a complete train wreck? It is a complete train wreck by reversing the polarity a lot. That's not fixed, not in the slightest. And it seems to be always reversing the polarity when it hits these points, and then it's also not starting in the right places. So let's see about putting this back to where it started. And honestly, we're going to want that polarity to be in the correct way. We always want the interpolation to be going from 1 - 0 cycle to cycle, from earlier to later. You know, it's probably worth it. The last time this made everybody run away, but I don't care. I want to see. It is probably worth going back to that Bezier page. So we're going to do that. Closing our empty blank tab. So this is the heart of everything we're trying to figure out here. This is how our simplest form works. If we have three, oh, well, that's interesting. Because remember, the offsets don't necessarily matter, but we always need to make something consistent out of the combination of all of these things. So where it says higher order curves, that's the part that's interesting right now. Scooch it over like here. And this is the stuff we're trying to figure out. I'll keep talking, seeing as there's nothing to look at but Wikipedia right now. And the one on the top we successfully made. It worked. We're running into problems with these. So here's your problem, he says, hopefully. Or actually, before we even go there, let's see whether all of my assumptions are actually correct. So, if we have 3 points, then we scale these ones between these points and then take the middle of those 2 points, which is what we're doing, every step along the way, the thing that we are following along is exactly a cycle. This little line segment, what starts here at cycle along this line segment, this cycle along this line segment, and then we take cycle along the one between these two, and that's what we're physically doing with the code that we're looking at. But then we're running into problems with this, and why would that be? Well, if we have 3 places, we should be taking these, so this becomes okay, I think maybe I'm beginning to see what's happening. So when we do this, and it is CBL times 1.0 minus cycle plus BAL times cycle, and each of those are just the offset of that stuff. And then we do last BL plus. That means the position of offset that we're using is, so what point is that then? It's this control point. Hang on. I didn't really need to do that, but I can. We can get a little more of a close-up on it, in fact. So when we do this, that value, last BL or last BR, is this point, I think. Unless it's this point. And then we reconstruct starting from there. Let's put that back. So what we need to do is we have 2 of these things now. That becomes DCB and CBA. Those are the dots on the blue line where it says higher order curves. And we are indeed stepping between those 2 things. But what does that mean about where it starts? Also, why on earth is it reversing polarity periodically? That doesn't make any sense. So maybe I don't actually want DCB and CBA to be compensated for. Maybe the offset needs to be a composite of all of these things. So where it says this stuff, this might be where the reversals are coming from. I'm not sure. But it might be looking to use those raw and then offset by something else. So this one, it's going from CB to BA, and it's using last B as an offset. Well, let's run this right now as it is and see if we can make any interpretations of what's happening and why. as it does its thing. Because that's the trick there, is it gets messy. And sure enough, this is it being messy. So if we apply that and then look at what it did, it seems to be reliably reversing direction. That's interesting. So if it's reliably reversing, again, a little normalized so we can see everything real clear. If this is very reliably doing this, what must I do to flip its polarity in such a way that it is able to, instead of making these pointy shapes, where it's going up real fast, going down real fast, what does it take to have it merge to be going in the same direction as it hits these offset points? Because it seems to pretty reliably be reversing direction as it hits those offset points. Not completely. These don't feel to be exactly the same angles. In fact, sometimes they're clearly not. This looks like the same angle. Like it's hanging on to the same angle there, but then it stops. But then this is not. There's your problem. And again, to bounce back to over here, this is how to make it actually work, compared to what I've got, which is not working. So, what we're looking at right now is each leg being done accurately from where it's starting to where it's ending, which is not wrong. That's not unlike what we have started with. And then the combination of the two is doing these things, but we're not applying so if we do the offset only the last time, is it going to reverse the directions, or is it going to close up the gaps, or neither, or both? Again, the trick with this is, to my knowledge, nobody's doing this. I don't know whether anybody has code for, I suppose I could look. There's nothing really stopping me from looking. Bezier curve connecting a long series of points that are also control points. The control points absolutely can lie in the curve. I'm fine with that part. See, there's your problem is, oh, and a curve that passes through all control points is called an interpolating curve. Cool, fine, that sounds like what I want. Spline curves, that's probably more accurate to what we're doing than Bezier. It does not have to pass through the points either. A approximating spline curve would work fine for that. So this is somebody's paper telling me how to do this. I do not care whether it passes through the points or not. I'm only interested in how smooth the curve becomes. And when the curves join, see, this looks like what I was looking at. It needs to go smoothly through those without changing velocity. So let's go into Wikipedia land. And this is a picture of what I'm trying to produce out of these spline points. It is a matter of doing polynomials on an audio waveform in such a way that it smooths stuff a little bit more than it otherwise would. So we're looking at like knots rather than points. This does not have the level of graphics that the previous one had, and that's unfortunate. Polynomials. Spline interpolation. Between points. Hey, Tropical Banana Man. And Jess and everybody. So this is a real good friend of mine I discovered had a lot of math, so he would understand these things, and I'm not going to. This is calculus. I didn't actually graduate college, nor did I do great with algebra. I just do plugins. So solving the tridiagonal linear equation system, I do not think is going to be something that's going to happen today for me. But we're looking for stuff kind of like this. I'm looking for stuff where it draws a picture like that in order to show me what I'm trying to make. Because I was able to do the one on the top, and then I'm having trouble doing the other ones. And the trouble I'm having is because it refuses to smoothly go through all of these things, even though I feel as if I should be able to sort out why it should. And then this one is left as an exercise to the reader. We don't need to make an audio waveform that goes backwards in time. Here's an algorithm. Desmos, eh? So that's how we do this, and that's what we're doing. There we go with that. This tells me something about the calculus. B1t equals blotty-blotty-blue, so on and so forth. T, 4t that goes from 0 to 1 is clearly what this means. So that's cool. Never really got that before. That's recursive. So that's neat. that's what I'm doing. The trouble with this is that I am doing this to the best of my ability, but running into some problems. So for what we were looking at, like DCL, CBL, BAL, are things where I'm able to produce a end result. I was able to get a good output by taking these sample points, which are on the segment S0. And they are each points in turn. And they're a long succession of points. We're just kind of going onwards as we go. And then we're going again, adding an additional one as we go. So on and so forth. It's just a chain. It's just a succession. The end result needs to lock on to the previous end result. And again, like I have said before, and I will say again, on until 5 o'clock when I go and have tacos, I've already got this working. I coded it, I made it work, I'm quite happy with it, I'm excited for what that's going to mean for future things. What I'm doing now is trying to extend the polynomials without knowing really what polynomials are. And that is hubris, to be sure. That is hubris. It is getting a little bit over my skis. But that's the best way to go, honestly. So here's how we go. Let's reproduce our previous, well, do we want to reproduce our previous event? Yes. Reproducing our previous event means we get to have this point playable as an output, this point playable as an output, and we get to play both of those things. And if they are both smooth, which they can be, I'm just going to go and double check and make sure that that actually works. Okay, so CBAR, DCB, blah, 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 and so on and so forth. And let's bounce over to here so you can see what I'm typing. I start to lose some of that as I keep going. Okay, and we comment this out because this is the one that doesn't work properly, but this should. First we'll test that, and then we'll test CBAL and CBAR. Ooh, unused variable A. That's because I commented everything out. So you are hearing this point in purple. And it is fine. If I look at the waveform that produces, it's a lovely smooth waveform. Then instead of DCB, it'll be CBA. And just double checking to make sure that works. These should be able to connect to each other. We're having a little difficulty making that happen, but that's the interesting thing, is that both of those, even though they are the same basic concept, they connect to each other without like reversals in direction or anything like that. And another little double check. Here's ClearCoat doing the previous thing. We should be able to add just one more control point here. Again, back over to here. I'm just going to play some sound, which establishes that the other one works now. And that is fully functional. It sounds a little funky, but if I look at the waveform is a lot of nicely connected up waves. You can even see it. Looks like that. That's what it's supposed to be doing when we have a rolled off, very low frequency thing at such a low sampling rate. We're now trying to smooth it even more. Yeah, well, it's a freaky sound. That's part of the nice part about it, is this is math rather than audio. It does not know what a frequency is. It's just making a continuing spline of some kind. So here we go. Both of those work, so we should be able to connect both of those Okay, so let's try this. I'll show you. If we just add them, that's two smooth things being added to each other. That should still be smooth and not have any wild reversals of direction or anything crazy like that. It'll be louder, it'll be 6 dB louder, but that said, this is not going to have any crazy direction changes in it. It's just going to be louder than it needs to be. Spooky. It's spooky and thunderous. And cool. But it's not broken. And we can see that it's smoothing stuff out nicely and making it quite a lot louder, which is because we just added those 2 points. We just took the addition of segment S2 its control points, and we added them to each other. That would be if segment S3 was not interpolating from one end to the other, but was instead just always stuck in the middle. So that kind of worked, but we're trying to make it so that we can interpolate that too. So what's it gonna take to make that do its thing? We might just be looking at something interesting, because if we make it always balance out, then we join the curves correctly. But that's not what we're going to want to do. And here we are back in the code. So you see, this one works. This does not. Instead, it does weird reversals of direction. We want it always to go from the one extreme to the other extreme, but then it flips out when it tries. So here's the thing. Are we able to make it do something having to do with this waveform where it will return to 0.5 when it's not actually being used, but go to some of those other values? Like again, as long as this thing didn't move, it would be fine. We probably don't need to do an offset on that either. But the way to do the actual Bezier spline is to have the centermost red point shown here. This also needs to start at this point, at this end, and end at this point, which is this end, meaning that it's, rather than jumping from, like when this one goes from this to this, skipping the one in the middle, it is interpolating this point. They both start at this extreme and end at this extreme. And so there's a part in the middle where it's just not hitting this point that was on the list of points. But it doesn't bother. It only uses these 2 points to go with. If we're doing this, it's going to do a similar thing of skipping one or more of the points. And it's going to try to go from this point to this point, but not necessarily register these ones as it goes. And that might mean that just my offsets are wrong. Like, I can continue stacking these up just to darken things and then average out the end results that it produces. It's kind of like a Bezier curve, but it's also kind of not. Or if I made more of them, we could average out Bezier curves that are both offset from each other, but that's really not what I'm trying to do, though. I'm trying to make it where it can do sharper corners. Like, let's run this again. As soon as we do what it's supposed to do with segment S3, what we get is this. And we could do an offset. But that's not going to help at moments like this one, where it's overcorrecting. So it feels, although I wonder to what extent is it doing that just because Tropical Banana asks, do I have a specific effect in mind for this, by the way? I want to hear what this sounds like when it works. Much like with the Kalman filter, this is a thing that exists, but I don't think people apply it to audio, and what it would be doing would be rolling off high frequencies in such a way that it could throw a lot of high frequencies in places that you don't expect. Like what we see here is it being able to do a fairly smooth thing half the time, but it is overcorrecting, almost like it needs an additional control point on the end. So here's another possibility. Let's do this very same thing, but move all the control points over by one, so that there's always a control point leading everything that can steer it back in the right direction again. Because I believe what we see here is it's following its way through this stuff. The offsets, those are fine. But then as new information comes in, the new information is able to make it pull this really aggressive corner, and then it has to bounce back out of it again because there was no other control point to steer it back in the direction that it should. It's as if the first control point that we've got going on has too much of an effect. What we need here is to do this. We may or may not need to continue offsetting things, but there needs to be another control point here where my cursor is. Like, come on, wakey, wakey. Like, there needs to be another control point here that will stop it from freaking out when it tries to reconstruct too hard. Because the whole thing with the Bezier curves is every step of the way we are constantly trying to chase through this little shape, and it always has to go from this point to this point. This always goes forward. The way that we get from the one point to the next point along is always by tracking in this direction. So I need a further control point on the end to stop it from going crazy. And so we're going to try that now. It'll be quite delightful if that turns out to be all it needs. It'll require a little doing. We do in fact have E, D, C, B, and so on, and we're ready to do that for this. So that's already ready to go. Then we just have to do these over. EDC. Excuse me, I'll hang in there. And update each of this as it goes. So now that's correct. We could do a little check to make sure that it's still giving me real value. I figure it's worth doing that just 'cause. Okay, so this might be the the next thing. It basically just needs to keep chasing as it goes, and you always have to give it more lead time to compensate for what it's intending to do. So firstly, what we're going to do is try this. It's not using any of these variables, that's fine. Just to make sure that the thing that I did is still doing what I think it's doing. This should be that original setting again. The original spooky noise. And I believe that would be the one. You see that there are no corners or angles or anything. It's capable of drawing these lines. They're Bezier curves. The reason they sound kind of crazy is because we're not putting them into full use again, or yet. Having ascertained that we've got that going on, the next thing that we do is we try to use this, but now we're not trying to interpolate between DCB and CBA. We're going to try to interpolate between EDC and DCB. We're going to assume that the one we started with is automatically not the one we want. But it needs to be calculated because it's how all of this stuff starts. Now that we've done this, we are doing a reconstruction. We're doing the additional level of Bezier curve, but we're doing it with additional amounts of delay in hopes that those points chase each other correctly. And we will build that, but we don't actually use this anymore. And we're not actually using BA for some reason either. Oh, that's interesting. Let's see what happened. Did it do what we wanted, or did it just fail somehow? Because it feels as if I should have had some of that stuff still being calculated. I'm not sure that this is going to give me the results. It feels like I've just deleted everything by a sample, but we'll find out. That didn't get there, not all by itself. That's the same behavior that we had before. But I know that that was causing me a problem I didn't expect to see. So back over to coding stream. That's what I wanted to show. So unused variable. That should be a used variable. I feel like that should be a used variable. So let's bring this back into the picture. And maybe adding an additional one means that we need to kind of continue doing this process. We had 5 of these samples. We've smushed them into 4 samples. If we smush them into 4 samples and then follow the same pattern that we used before, maybe we'll still get something that connects up. So last B. So we were doing BA, CB, and so on, but we were incorporating last B, and we calculated, or we used last L, but we incorporated last B into the calculation. So maybe if we incorporate this one, There you go. Now we're using that, but we're not doing this stuff with it. And let's see, where did we... Okay, so that's last B, last C, and last D. Last B was the final one that we calculated out. C bar is the final one that we calculated out, but it doesn't appear in the next. So last B plus that plus that. Let's see what this does. We're now using all the little numbers. Rather than ignoring some of them. It would be quite funny if this worked, having followed the pattern, but I have a sneaking suspicion that it's not going to. But that said, it does follow the pattern. Signs point to nope. Very, very nope. So what does that look like when we're stuck dealing with it? It is doing the offsets incorrectly, and it's reversing direction in places it should not. Although it's reversing direction in places where the amount of direction change seems consistent. Like I'm trying to look at whether the direction that it's going is just flipping. And it feels like the direction that it's going just straight up flips in position, and then the offsets are completely off. So that's no good. So we can't do this. That's doing no good at all. And the directions of calculation need to stay consistent. It always needs to calculate from one to the next. Well, now hang on a second. Black points represent it is not as closely in focus to an optimal sound, rather than if it's dominated by the blue points, that means that the slew and the zero cross and the peak energy are all optimized. If you're getting black points and the black points on the slew meter are higher than they are on the RMS meter, you can turn the treble down. If you're getting black points and the dots on the slew meter are way less than the peaks on the peak meter, you can turn the treble up. Meanwhile, here we are with this stuff. So, EDL, EDR, DCL, DCR, CBL, CBR, BAL, BAR covers the entire range of these little points. We are doing the interpolations therein. The combinations of these are incorporating an offset based on what the previous last one was. I don't know if they should, though. So if we do all these little subcalculations, but we're not applying all of that stuff, So the subcalculations aren't meant to produce smooth interpolations for each of their steps. Then what do we get? Well, we're now not using those, but that's another story. What do we get when we're not compensating for those middle parts? Getting closer and closer to taco time. I would love to get this part solved, though. That's rough. We're getting reversals of values quite a lot. We should never see points like this at all. I call that a polarity reversal, where it's going in a direction and then it's suddenly going in the opposite direction. I literally never wanted to do a polarity reversal like that, and yet it will. It is. It's not even in the same place each time either. So that's rough. Returning later today? What do you mean later today? It's almost 3. I'm also going to try heroically to not work on into the night even if I stop streaming. I did that once last week at some point, and it was not a smart thing for me to do, so I shouldn't do that. So all these little intermediate... Well, hang on a second, though. Oh, it's 9 p.m. Okay. So let's return to our picture. Each of the interpolations across each of these points should be going from 0 to 1. But one of the things that's happening there is that we're jumping from this point to the end point and then apparently jumping back. That's a little weird. That's not necessarily what we want to do. Our spline stuff is of no use to us. Bezier curves to form a Bezier spline. So here's the thing. Can you make this become a continuous Bezier, also called a poly-Bezier? Because continuous is kind of the point here. Smooth joining. See, we are really, this is the zone where the points need to connect, but we're also simultaneously using points as control points. Yeah, well, I clearly don't understand the Bezier curve thing either because I'm not successfully doing it. But we can but try. complete loss of local control looks very much like what's been happening to my scene. So that's cool. So here's Pauli Bezier's approximating a circle with control points. What I'm doing is trying to make a thing where each of those control points is joined to each other, and each sample in turn takes a role as a point or a control point. Like I'm running through sample after sample in a continuous line and trying to make it generate a curve that continues and goes. I was able to do that for the simplest form, but anything further, oh, hello, B-spline. Look at this. That's what I'm shooting for with this. The question is there such a thing as a quadratic or whatever B-spline? Because all I'm able to do is generate this curve that ends up doing a sharp corner when it runs out of points. What I want is an infinite succession of points that are actually samples, and then it needs to do the spline. And I'm pretty sure that's what I'm doing with the first version of this. The bottom, it says cubic B-splines, it says NURBS, it says a bunch of things. This is probably what's going to give me the answer I seek. Math never does me any good, but if I look at the pictures like this, that's what gets me there. I'm not sure it's going to show me the pictures I need, though. I see a lot of math. Curve fitting. Computer graphics, cubic B-splines. 4 nodes forming a polynomial of degree 3. This is over my head. I don't care. I'm reading it anyway. We'll see what happens. NURBS. Here's where we have control points, and we're generating a surface that can be calculated out from any point in there, but it's in 3D. So it's like two different forms of Bezier curve applied at the same time. I'm probably going to jump right back, but box spline. What's a box spline? Nope. I don't think that's going to be getting me anything. Evaluating spline curves in B-spline form. That's a lot of math. It's a naive implementation of a thing, but that's not necessarily what I'm looking for, so how about no? Composite Bezier curve. Did I skip ahead? I think I did. Languages, yep, different amounts of fair. Cool. You're right, because that has no graphics at all. Gonna check and see the rough place on there. How about in German? As we expect, B-splines in German, there's just math. I'm not surprised. I cannot say that I'm terribly surprised. Ooh, look, a lot of quotations in German. English is probably going to be the most picture-y. Oh, are you even going to let me get it back? Please let me click on the... Tell you what, let me just go back. Alrighty, Spanish. There's a picture of B-spline. There's a bunch of math. Thank you for pointing that out, although I think that... oh, languages are on the left in German. Fair. French. And I think Portuguese is the other one. I don't honestly think that is going to... Oh, that's probably German. I mean, German, Russian. There's a lot of math in Russian, but it's not helping me. This article may be too technical for most readers to understand. Fair. Fair. Yeah, looking to me like none of it is Japanese, Chinese. That's going to be a big nope for me. History. Were there other pictures? Probably not. Edit reverts. Cleaned up the horrid definition. Fair. Pleased to see that other people think all of this is as horrid as I do. Pic does not show a B-spline, but rather a spline curve with its associated control polygon. It illustrates the use of B-splines. And there is apparently lots more revisions than that. Okay, so let's start reading up on this. So we're talking about trying to make a spline curve that does this. The question is, can I do a cubic spline that rather than having everything be its own little Bezier curve, tries to do the weighting over a larger area? Because I can already do the spline over the simplest possible form, and it does in fact result in a smooth connected curve. What's not happening is making it more complicated. Basis functions. Okay. Yeah, that didn't get me anything. Piecewise polynomial functions feels like what I'm trying to do with this. By means of the Cox-de Boer recursion formula. Well, a recursion formula is the kind of thing where you can have these smaller smoothed curves and combine them together in some way. The trick is that I don't want to simply take two adjacent smooth Bezier curves and then average them. I would like to do a little more than that. Although that said, there are still things we can do with what I just told you. And it might be worth trying. So remember how I said I can get sequences of these to do smoothed curves, and the trouble I'm having is taking them and doing interpolations between them, because what's happening is, oh, well, no, hang on a second though. I'm reminded that my numbers are counting from 0 to 1. I've got cycle, which is constantly counting from 0 to 1, right? So we're gonna go deep into the weeds here. I've got about an hour before I need to defrost food, 2 hours before I get to have tacos, and we're gonna go into the weeds. We're gonna go into the weeds. Because here we've got this, although maybe let's step away from this for the moment. We're fine with just this stuff. We don't need to have that other addition just yet. We're going to try to get the simpler function to work, and if that works, we'll copy all of this and then add the additional level and just keep going. So, if this runs as written, it will create weird, crazy, nasty results. If this runs with cycle always being 0.5, then it will always be smooth. But we don't want cycle to be always 0.5. But here's the thing. What if every time we get to the crossover point, cycle is actually 0.5? That means we need to make another thing, recycle, yikes, didn't mean to do that. Thank you. Copy, how about? So this is still going to be wrong. But supposing at each point, whether it is at 0 or whether it is at 1, that's actually 0.5. And then other positions, while it's in the middle of the interpolation, get to use these other values. The question is, what would that look like? And which one would we want to favor? So we'll start with this should get amusing. I am thinking in terms of using a sine function to force cycle to become something else. If I do sine cycle times pi, I think that's a constant. I'm not really sure. I guess I didn't, I have not found that. M pi. There we go. That's lit up now. So now cycle goes from 0 to 1, except for it goes from 0 to pi. And the sine of that will turn it back into 0 to 1. Or 0 to -1, honestly. So that doesn't really count, does it? And so we make it an absolute value so that we can deal with it being just 0 to 1. Or maybe let's not do it at an absolute value. If sine can go from -1 to 1, Then sine plus 1 goes from 0 to 2. And now it goes from 0 to 1 again. So we've probably doubled the rate at which it does stuff. And if cycle is 0, then sine 0 times pi equals 0. Sine cycle times pi equals 0 is also 0. Plus 1 makes it be equal to 1. Times 0.5 makes it be equal to 0.5. So at the position of either 0, and we might have to do m pi divided by 2, but let's see what this does. We have now made it so that it is going to exactly balance between these two things, which I remind you, if it's at 0.5, it's doing the balance between the two things, where it will not make those crazy dislocations. I can always just average those two outputs and have it be fine. And I have to define it, but that's fine. So now we have a sine function giving us a smooth, gentle modulation between these two things. And it is either crossing over, or I need to use cycle times pi divided by 2. Probably not 4, but it might want 2. If I do this correctly, it'll do a thing. It might be a bit of an insane thing, but I don't mind that. And then it will smoothly correlate. If I've got it wrong, it'll make nasty dislocations. Looking like I got that part wrong. Check it out. So we're not making the connection quite the way we wanted to. Quite the reverse. But we're getting some wild, striking results here. It's just not able to connect. And that would be because we should be multiplying cycle by pi 2, which would mean rather than doing a complete wraparound, if cycle is 0 or cycle is 1, it returns to 0, plus 1 times 0.5, meaning that it will now be smooth. The question is, where is it going to take us in the sections where it's doing the modulation of its thing? And there are also other possibilities. But whatever it does here, it should be doing it smooth. Unless I miss my guess. I missed my guess. Will you listen to that? Wow. So what are we seeing? We are seeing some fairly similar curves, but we're still getting moments like over here where it's making the spikes, it's reversing its direction. It's not doing that thing quite the way that I hoped it would. That's interesting. I kind of thought it would have gotten me a little further. Remembering that if I do this, it should be smooth. This is not to say that I want to do that, but if I do that, it should be smooth. So we might be heading into weirder areas that do not correlate with regular splines. But first, let's find out whether this is in fact as smooth as it's supposed to be. Shouldn't take long. 2 smoothed outputs. I stand corrected. That might have something to do with what went wrong. Might just. And is it because I haven't duplicated the previous form as well? That might be what was causing my problems. See how under here where this is the part that worked and it said last BL plus? We've got to do the same thing here. So let's see. We're combining bar and CBR. So we have to add last BR here. Meaning this is going to be last BL. And it's just going to be last CR and CL, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, that seems about right. And that would suggest that I can bring these back into the picture, but we're not using them yet. Just since we're getting kind of weird and doing strange things. And follow the same pattern. Ooh. Okay, here's a deeply weird thought. If I've been able to do a spline based on 3 points, but I've ended up with 3 smoothed points that are also smooth, can I do a spline based on those 3 things? That would be nuts. Stranger things have happened, I suppose. First thing, this stuff should all work. And we could do EDC as well. But first, let's test this. That's an unused variable, but I will use it momentarily. Just going to check in here and see if this is now smoothed. Yeah, because I mean it was quite happy to do a spline between 3 different points that are successive, but it's not happy to do a spline between 2 points. But now we've got 3 points again, all of which are a continuing thing. Let's see what happens. This should be smooth. And it absolutely is. Sounds kind of weird, but that is. Let's see what happens when we do EDC. No other changes. Build that. We are still doing a recycle of 0.5, so it's fixed. So we're just blending 2 different things here. But we have now got 3 different spline outputs. 3 different Bezier curve outputs, sorry. Let's see whether we are on the track for making something actually work. That would be cool. I would like that. because that's leading on towards the end of the day. If I can do that, that also means I can do it for audio rate. And let's see what we got. That is the sound of those two things, and they're slightly offset from each other. If we look at it, we see that it's still continuous curves. It sounds funny because it's a delay. There's a comb filter effect going on in there. And it's capable of doing this, which is basically fine. Not a problem. Quit without saving. So here's the interesting thing. 5 things, although we can also use 3 things. And you can use the spline between the last 3 things and it connects up and is smooth. Here's four things used to make 3 things. Let's just take this another level. If we can do splines of things, and that made a nice smooth end result, let's do a Bezier curve of Bezier curves and see how we do going through that. What's that going to look like? Similarly to what we've been dealing with before. Oop. And we do need to do that twice, don't we? So we'll start by making some of these, because these are the things that we're going to be interpolating. And we're going to follow the same basic techniques we were doing before. But similarly to how 1, 2, 3, 4, there's 4 of these and we don't actually do offsets with those, we're going to do these that way. Sorry for the really strange language. It's the best I can do. So these are a bank of 3 of these. And so what we're going to do is use these. And then we're going to do similarly. See us following the pattern? We've just added another level of pattern here. Like, we should be able to take this exact behavior and any 3 successive samples that are part of a continuous thing and do an additional level of Bezier curve on top of that. And much like the original samples were sequential, so too should this also be sequential. At least in theory. And you know what theory gets you is nothing. But we can but try. And we're following a higher level of pattern The neat thing about it is that in theory we could just continue this by adding another 2 sustained. Well, let's see. First, let's see. Not to get too far ahead of ourselves, we haven't actually made this work yet. So DCBAL, DCBR, and CBA. Oh, got it. Change this to R. EDCB, EDC, DCB, EDC, DCB, DCBA, DCB, CBA, DCB, CBA. Much like these, this does not have the subtraction thing on there, or the addition thing on there. And now if we take this, and interpolate between this and this, same deal for the right. DC bar is in Washington and where the politicians go to get drunk. EDCBL, DCBAL, EDCBR, DCBAR, following the same calculation for sample. If I am correct in how this beast works, it should be able to produce something where I need to add this to offset it, at which point they'll be pointing in the same direction. Let's see if we got to that point and have to follow that last little bit of the formula, because it's nothing but a straight offset. If that's true, we're going to have some artifacts, but the angles will all be correct. Or maybe it'll just blow up and be crazy. I don't know yet. That sounds like something's happening. And that's not really what I hope to see. So I stand corrected. I don't think that's quite what I thought it was going to do at all. Darn it, I was doing so well. Interestingly, it keeps a really, it's pretty tight, but not always. Sometimes it's quite a big offset. I wonder though, like, to what extent are these keeping the same angle? Looks kind of like the same angle, only reversed. Sometimes it is and sometimes it's not. And sometimes who knows what it is. Meh. That's frustrating. I thought I was doing so well. I suppose one thing I can do is just repeat the, like, so this is, maybe I need to add a whole other level. Four to 3 to 2 to 1. Let's put recycle in just so that we can do some experiments. First of all, is this even giving me anything worth getting? Because I feel like this is where we left off, that it did produce a problem. I've just got 3 different forms of smooth, but we're now trying to interpolate between them. So if I'm correct, this is also going to be busted. Yep. But if I did EDCL instead, it'd be fine. So what does that mean about, oh, I know what it means. It means I need to make another layer of undersample. I don't know if that is where sanity lies. And yet, it's the obvious answer, isn't it? Smooth and fine. Wow. We have our fun. So when I say another level of undersample, it's fairly straightforward, really. We're skipping this. I'll take that out and put that in here. So that's one level. But now we're doing two levels. So what we are doing here is making these three things. Not needing to use this. But now we got to slow everything down even more, and we're not going to be actually using cycle this time. We're going to be doing something else. So let's say each of these needs to be scaled back. That was the original one, right? So let's go into the header file and make ourselves another level of cycle. And we will use recycle. But what this is going to do is stack these. And only when both of them produce and do we need to average that too? Probably. Probably. At which point we need to average that too. So this gets weird. I'm not going to lie. we are stacking it. So that's going to be average stack. And we got to neutralize. This might get really weird, but I am following a process. And the process should work. But it's anybody's guess as to whether it will. No autocomplete. Yeah, let's just copy it and change it. With patience, we'll get there. So now that's the outside layer. Because that's where input sample lives. And then this is an inside layer. So in a moment there, I'm going to add the inside layer. But until then, here's how this works. This could get weird, warning you. I'm warning you, this could get really weird. There. And now this is a big stack, and I'm going to tell it to compensate for some of this stuff. And I need to add a bracket here. And change the indentation, which I think I can still do. Edit, no. Format, format. Reindent. So this could get weird. So we're working with average sample, but average stack is what lives on the inside of this. And so average stack is what gets changed. And likewise here. And that's how we build that. And here's our little notes for how we did the simpler version, which is not going to actually be useful at this time, but that's fine. Maybe we can find a way of including it. And here's how we use that stuff. So this is happening at a certain rate and generating this stuff, which is then feeding these. And this is also happening at a rate. It says it's not using them, but I'm not sure that's... No, wait, it is going to use them. Will it build? Yes, it will. And on the output of this one is where we get the new input samples again. But is that where we do this? Probably. Well, no, maybe not. See, because we're assigning these here. So this is the inner stack. And then we generate this stuff from the inner stack after we've finished calculating it. And produce E, D, and C, but then this stuff needs to live outside that loop, I think. Also, this bunch of this stuff needs to use recycle, not cycle. Cry cycle. I know, find and replace. Or have I just done that wrong? I've just done that wrong. It's the outer layer that is recycle. It's the inner layer that is cycle. That was wrong. Let's do a quick series of undos to make those all go away. Boom. Outer layer becomes recycle. Come on. There you go. So that was weird. I think it'll... Oh, no, apparently not. Oh, because that's not in the scope, is it? All that stuff has to live within the scope. So what am I going to do to make that stuff exist within the scope? Well, how did I do it last time? Last time we had this reverb tank, and then this last stuff is declared globally. That suggests that this needs to be declared globally too. So let's go about doing that. Anybody's guess as to whether this is actually going to work, but it's worth a try. If we can have one stream of samples within one, like downsampling, we can have that feed yet another stream of samples, which is also within a downsampling. Let's make it so I can see it. And off we go. Well, hopefully being able to type. Come on. Don't be cruel to me. Isn't it going to be interesting if this works? We've certainly... There's other possibilities too in which I could make this just cycle not as often as that. It just has to be a different cycle. It doesn't have to be any particular downsampling. So it could be running at a completely different rate. This is sort of multiplying the factors. Well, let's see what we get first of all, because this is a real thing. DCBR. CBA is, I think, the next one. There we go. C bar. And off we go. And now we need to declare them. There we are. And now those are persistent variables. And what that means is when we go into here, we do not actually have to declare these here. They are our output variables. My keys are jumping around quite a bit. Got there. Now it has built. But what have we wrought? That's the question. What madness have we produced by doing this thing? First try. Now we find out whether this is a giant pile of mess or not as giant of a pile of mess. That is a subsonic noise, if I'm not mistaken. We've got something set up to not actually play through. So what have I missed? We're feeding add stack R with this stuff. That's what's producing that. As we come in, recycle plus equals dres. We did start recycle, didn't we? No. Okay. There's your problem. That never let a value through, and so that never became a thing. It could have been anything. Now that's 1. So plus dres, it could have been a very negative number. That's the thing. And we would never have hit this point. It would have taken forever to get there. But now it is a reasonable number, so it'll be larger than 1. So we immediately get a reverb sample for both of these things. fsamp_l. avstack_l is getting these. And our output, once we get to there, this stuff is being fed by these, which are being fed by stack R. Wrong. Let's build it again and see where we're at. It might make a noise. If we're very lucky, it will make a noise. What do we got? Terror. Okay, that was just frightening. If we have lots of DRes, we got feedback. Why? Because we're not applying certain gain level things. That's why. The end result things, and we may not be applying, yeah, I see we are not applying all of our calculations properly either. We're not applying any of our calculations, are we? So we're supposed to be doing the final output by going last BL plus CBL. I feel like that outside layer is still working, but we should have been dividing. It's become too loud. And it's within the reverb tank, so there's a problem right there. Let's see whether this dials it right back again. If this don't work, we'll do times 0.5. And then this one, we're not actually applying it correctly at all. Input sample, last BR plus CBR. And CBR is made by that's the last one in the calculation. So this one goes this. I just wrote that wrong. Don't care. Because that's right. Now that's the same formula that I had for the other one. But we had better also... Oh, missed a trick. This stuff needs to live within a big parenthesis. And then so does this. My fingers get all stumbly at the end of the day. Alrighty, that builds. The question is, what does it do after it has built? It will either be exactly right or really, really, really quiet, because there's 2 levels of gain staging and a couple of little fixes. Did I say quiet? I'm not sure that counts as quiet. Wow. All of my yikes. Why for you do that? What for you act that way? Feedback AL times regen. The lowest level of regen and recycle are not spelled the same way, so that should be fine. That's not being... These things are all basically fine. What's happening is our generation is extremely aggressive. And why is that happening? Why force feedback so loud? I didn't have it turned up. Avsamp L. Oh, I think I have not made avstack R be 0 again. See where I have made avsamp L be 0 and avsamp R be 0, but I don't think I have made avstack be 0. So watch this. Stack needs to increase until it hits this. So that's what made it happen. After using it, it needs to go back to nothing, otherwise it will just keep adding loudness to everything. It has to go back to 0 before increasing upwards again, because otherwise we just keep adding input sample L and it averages out to become a really, really large number. It's supposed to only go up from 0. I do think I also started, but here's where samp L has this added to it, because it's another layer of indirection. But this, it needs to start at 0 and get the average, so that should do it. So we weren't actually hearing the reverb feeding back, we were hearing the undersampler feedback, because we never returned those samples to 0. And this is probably, because that was such an obvious thing to forget, it is probably not going to explode. Famous last words. It has not exploded yet. But we're making a noise. So I feel like I am getting something that doesn't actually feel right. Let's eyeball it. Yeah, we don't need that. Why is that there? It's like we're very consistently applying this weird little overtone. But apart from that, it's fine. So why is that weird little overtone there? It's very consistent. Is it on a one sample basis? Yeah. It's spiking up and then stepping down. And the other side, it's ramping up and then stepping down. So what have I just got wrong to cause it to do that? Because it's not supposed to be doing that little trilly stuff there. That's not appropriate behavior. This is how this stuff is supposed to be. But I am missing something. maybe we need to calculate these here. Like here's where we increment these things, but we don't do anything else to them. We just increment them. And then we do this calculation on that, on those, generating these. And so then let's do the calculation on these here. Like every step of the way. Oh, for God's sake. I have to make some more permanent variables. It's 4. I need to defrost my stuff. Guys, I'm going to go defrost my stuff. I'm defrosting stuff. I'm back from defrosting stuff. Okay, the reason I reacted so poorly to that last change was that it clearly means I have to do a whole other level of global variables. Because now we need to talk about these things, and if we just try to compile it, oh, they're not declared in this scope. They also need to be global variables. It's probably the correct thing to do. We probably just need to generate these things as they go. This also all needs to be recycle. Like that. But now we got to make all of these as global variables too, so that all of these different places can refer to them. And so we're going to go and do that. We make them over these because they're another level of, well, hang on now. So they need to go here. Those are the ones. And as always, we also do need to initialize them. Not everybody does all of these things in the same way. I'm probably doing it in a dumb and cumbersome way, but it is my way. And we're going to see whether we get through. And there we are. All of the complication of all of this. That said, it was there was an interesting sound to what I was hearing, even in error, even with it not being correct. And I'm quite curious to hear what happens when we're stacking this up in the way that we are. Because it really should be working as we're doing a Bezier curve of a Bezier curve at two different frequencies. And the frequencies are not related to each other that much. So the whole thing could be quite weird. And we'll see. And we can always fall back on the simplest form if this turns out to not be really worth anything. But we shall see. First of all, is it now very quiet, or is it blowing up or running away or doing something terrible? Ooh, don't like the sound of that. Ooh, something's not happy. So who are you in there, and why are you this unhappy? What's it think it's doing? It's doing that, which suggests that it is offsetting from something that is not the right variable at all. It's trying to make a waveform, but it's always too close to zero. It would like to be covering this range, and it can't. Let's find a place where it moves more sharply. We're supposed to be able to do this, and those are straight lines, but it's supposed to be able to connect these like that, where it is not doing that thing. The way that it's connecting the lines, well, is that even true though? The way it's connecting those lines is also no bueno. That is curling around in a very unhelpful way. Huh. Again, we can always roll back to the original version. My concern is that this looks more than a little bit like this is how it's supposed to. Did I do that right though? Have I used the wrong variables? Like this is the bit that worked, right? So less BL, CBL, BAR. So it's the first section there, and that worked. Here's where average stack lives. Here's where we apply input sample. So if we were doing this on the output, and it worked, which it did, what that would mean is that we were taking, I could do a little quick check here. So what I'm wondering now is how these levels of stuff are working. Cycles on the inside of the inner loop. This is on the inside of the outer loop. Here's where cycle is supposed to live. Here's where recycle is supposed to live. So one thing we could do is grab stuff literally out of the inner loop and see if any of it works. There's a thought. So that's one of our inner blends. It's using cycle to blend between these two things. So if I grab this, it should actually be smooth. Adding the second layer on this is brutal, I gotta say. It is quite a thing. The first layer came relatively easy, and then the second layer is just ridiculous. It's quite loud. Are we honoring regen at all? We are running very, very slow. Somehow we are hitting regen much harder than we should be. Like this is not applying and it should be applying. But this is also supposed to be smooth. I'm going to say that's not exactly smooth. Those are straight lines with some little extra edges. And those dots are what we're supposed to be transitioning around. So that's what the regen thing will get you, is that's the output of the first level, which is being constructed out of basically just straight lines, and then the remainder of it is just stair steps. So this is 2 levels of no bueno. Oh, dearie me. I'm going to say I need to dial a bunch of this stuff back. Let's literally dial a bunch of stuff back. So no recycle, no average stack, and so we jump right into here. We use these directly. Meaning there's no average stack, so we don't need that. We're going to return the indenting. And then literally all of this stuff other than this gets to just go away. We're not doing these things, or are we? Oh no, we still need some of that, but we don't need this. And then this must move down to under here and be commented back in. And then let's just try to reformat. There you go. Not to forget renaming these things. Hopefully that will also put back regen. I'd like to think so anyway. Let's see if we build. We do. Let's see if we've returned to the nice behavior that we had for a while there before everything went insane. Clearly no regen. Clearly total regen. And then that's the shortest possible reverb.
The only rightful governor of your affairs. This amounts to downright spiteful. Who's the fool who stands?
And then if we apply it and look at what it looks like, it looks smooth as it is meant to. Cool. That said, there's maybe a few little last-minute tricks that we could try, just to try. Because I have set it up so that it has all of these things that we're not actually using, are we? Yay! Yeah, Lou is cheering. Cool. So we got somewhere. And there's a thing. Oh, look at that. Here's something we can do. Check this out. This is just redefining new things and taking over from stuff that was already there. So we can just add double to all of these. How about double space, shall we? Or indeed just only the ones that are missing it. And then we've got more toys to play with. Because all these are fine, and this is exactly the same as is written literally right underneath. There's no changes in any of that, so now we've got more. But we're only doing input sample like this, but now we can do a little bit more. So let's play. Also, I don't think we need all these things defined elsewhere now. Give me back my control. None of this needs to be declared in here anymore. Nor do we need an average stack. Last ER and average sample is the only stuff that matters in here. Some of that I'm not sure if it's being used. Up we go to clean it out of here too. No average stack. And average sample bumps right up against that. And that is now all set. It'll throw an error if it is not. Oh, and let's make recycle go away. No recycle for you. Actually, let's make recycle go away and move cycle up to here. Because this is all now part of the new undersampling. The more flexible undersampling. And that means I want to go back into here and do the same thing. It is really quite lovely when it works. The question is getting it to work and what are the things you can do with it. And we're going to firstly see if it's still complaining about unused variables. Sure is. Oh, but I know why. Because that literally is unused. I'm not using it. So now let's do something. Keep forgetting that on this keyboard I don't have a forward delete. Boom. Now if I duplicate that over and adjust it a little bit, I have my 3 samples in a row, each of which are Bezier splines, each of which are successive Bezier splines. So I could generate all the splines I want. Then the question becomes, how can we combine them interestingly? And there are some interesting possibilities we can play with. So now if we do these, each step of the way, stepping up a bit. Oh, wrong. But this would be the place to do that. Then BA, CB, and there we are. So now we could do any combination of these things, or we could average them all out, or we could do other amusing things. I get a load of this. Can you guess where this is going? It's going to a funny place. We're not using that variable, but we will get there. So we have vaguely related splines. They're all smooth and they're all successive. Meaning if we do this,
no one there, I show my all, they'll take away. Love's a trick and life's a terror. What then do you have to say?
so that's a square root function on different splines. And you'll note we still hear the sample rate, but not quite the same as it was. Because when we do the square root of two not exactly the same things, we're creating an interesting result. But wait, there's more. We can go a level beyond. See, if these were all the same, it would give me the same number back, but they're not. They're not the same at all. And so when we multiply these three slightly related but not really the same splines together, and then take the cube root of them, we are going to be putting back a sort of variation on the theme, and I don't think this is going to be the same as just averaging them. Not that we couldn't. We could also average them. But this is console grade stuff where we're doing weird encode decode things. But we're doing basically, if these were all the same numbers, if they were all CBAL, we get the same value back out again. But they're not. And they're double precision, so we can scale them up as big as we want. And we can build this. And this might just be the correct way to go with this little routine, because spacing them out that way, we're getting little spline reconstructions. We're getting little Bezier curve reconstructions of each of these, but they're not the same. They are time different, meaning oh, okay, now it's gone insane. That's fun. Okay, maybe we don't want this. Yikes. So this is an interesting example of exaggerating an effect until what it's doing becomes obvious. The square root version, also it's worth trying the square root version with both of, without the example in the middle, with two different splines, two different ones, but they're slightly more separated rather than being like right against each other. But what we have in this, the cube root is not the friend of this algorithm. We have now gone beyond, we have gone too far. And as a result, we're producing a really unpleasant sound, but the reverb is still fully functional. It is just taking the slight differences between these things and exaggerating them aggressively. Might also be ways of adapting to that, but it sounds kind of like this when we do it. So we can make it sound kind of like the raw sound. This doesn't do much to the sound. When it's at full D-res, every single sample is being applied, so the interaction that it's having with the cube root function thing is, when we start lowering D-res, what we're getting is an odd effect. We're getting a sort of funky crackling. Now, this sound could also be subtracted. It could be subtracted from other sounds. We could generate it and then subtract it from other stuff. This is what we get when we go into really low D-res. And let's look at what it was. It was a weird little effect where it's doing a sort of scribbly, this is funky, this is. So this is an exaggeration, quite an exaggeration, of what happens when you do the square root of these two offset things all multiplied by each other. So if we were to subtract this sound from what's already there, we would end up with our quietest noises being basically silenced. It would turn it into a gate. But it's not just that, because you'll notice that the bigger waveforms, wherever they exist, are all taking on this wild shape. It almost doesn't care how far it has to go. It's like it's building everything out of vertical walls and doing it in such a way where it almost sounds, it's almost trying to be legit, but it's amplifying those quiet center areas enormously. And it's all centered around the zero cross, and it's magnifying, it's maximizing it as much as it can. So let's try that again in its full horribleness, but then increase regen. Because we know that it's doing its thing, but that doesn't necessarily mean that we have a loud output. And if we turn up regen, we know that whatever it's doing, we're going to get a blast, a full crank, and then we can see what it's trying to do with it. And it's really doing the same thing. It's making sort of weird spike effects, like funny looking round waves. This is also an effect that could be done just on the direct audio. I don't know what it would do. But this is the kind of stuff we get when we start playing with splines and weird things, is rather than have a sine wave, we now have a zipper wave, or what even kind of wave is this? I don't know what kind of wave this is, but we've got lots of it. And we've got very neat round tops to it. And that's what you get out of taking the cube root of that particular effect. When we took the square root, it still sounded normal. When we take the cube root, it goes stark raving insane. So that's interesting. And it's drawing to the extent that everything has to return to the center here. It's drawing lovely, straight, controllable lines. It's just anywhere it has to go to the center, it'll do a sudden UE, or here's a funny little point there, which that has to do with the cube root as well. So that's what we get out of that. But then if we remove the middle term and return to a square root, now we've got something kind of interesting. We don't need to generate this anymore. If we did, we wouldn't get anything out of it. So now we're generating two different smoothed things at a distance from each other. Out of our 5 delayed samples, we're generating these things, all of which are being used, but there's no actual crossover to them. Let's just see what we get. Because again, like I said, cube root, not a win. Cube root makes the thing go crazy, but there's no special reason why we would be doing this. This is pure experimentation. I don't know anybody who's even made the outputs of reverbs be Bezier splines or any of this stuff. And we are unearthing a similar behavior. Check it out. Except we're not, because, check this out, it's flipping out because of a factor. I didn't notice this before. A factor of multiplying things is if they are negative, then they all become absolute value. And so we've kind of busted this up pretty good. Let's quit out of there, not save, and repair that problem. Because the square root of, I guess we'll find out what the square root of a negative number is. But we can make the square that'll probably do something, but I'm not entirely sure what. Let's find out. Actually, I have a better idea. We can still do that. Bear with me for a second. We're doing more crazy experimenting. See, multiplying a thing by itself can give rise to only positive numbers, and square roots of 0 and whatever can give rise to complete insanity. So that part went about as well as could be expected. Let's just see what we can do with this. We could just go back to the adjacent ones because this... Oh, do you think I hadn't replaced the compiled plugin? Well, I don't see it in the release folder. That being said, firstly, let's do these changes, because this is where I will be able to deal with it if it causes a problem having square roots of negative values and such. But we will indeed see whether this is acting any differently, because the one big difference is this is offset a lot more than the previous one was, and that's going to give rise to change behavior. I may or may not be able to offset it that much. I remember I had a variation of this that was sounding quite nice with the square root, but this is probably not it. This is not it. And I'll tell you why. It's because when you do this, we only get positive values. Our square root thing is not really being our friend right now. It's pinning to -1. But here is where troubles reside. It's amazing that the other one worked as well as it did. But oh, well, fair enough. You may be right. You may just be right that I tried the square root implementation and then did not actually have it. Let's first of all see whether we can do this in a helpful way. So we do that, and then we copy them over and flip the polarities around a bit. We'll also zero that out for starters. So if it's less than 0, now let's see what it does. It is possible, Lou, that literally none of the square root stuff actually works. It was the thing I was going to try. So maybe we just... And remember, I still have not tried the first time I tried it, I had a spacing of 1 sample. This is 2. Spacing of 2 samples might be far too much. So if this doesn't give me a acceptable sounding result, the next thing to do is, and I think it's not going to give me acceptable. Here's what this one does. So having the distinction between the two Bezier curves is causing the middle part to ramp up and the louder parts to be rounded off. That's what this is doing. And if we don't have it as cranked up, it's doing this. It sort of sounds reverb-like, but it's just loaded with a hell of a lot of energy. So this is very similar to the cube root thing that I tried. And here's what we do about that. Now there are two adjacent ones. This is the one I think we heard. I'm not sure. I am far from sure, but the first time we tried this, it was square rooting two very closely related sounds together. And that's what we're currently doing. We're now doing two of them rather than just the one. Or two closely related rather than... And that sounds kind of similar to what we had. So you may be right, we didn't actually replace the plugin. But it's a wild trick, to be sure. We can even do other stuff as well. Got to make sure... Oh, no, that is still correct. I don't think doing the square root of... You were probably right that we didn't actually heard the original square root implementation, and that's fine. I can put it back to this, and then we can try some other experiments while we're at it. Because this would be how we initially declared it. We would have tried literally this. And then it is indeed possible that I simply didn't copy it over. If I had, we'd get this. It's not the only thing we can try to do, but this would have been what it would do if I had copied it over. And I don't remember what would have been there before. Yeah, we hadn't copied it over because I didn't get that the first time I tried. So I'm pretty sure I was just running the previous one, which would have been something like... some other math. Total averaging. There's a thing. Oh, got to get rid of that multiply though. So if we do this, it goes back to sounding warm and nice, but we are also averaging together each of those things. And this is going to have much less in the way of horrifying crackle and weird noise, and is going to be a lot more just like normal, but darker. Ooh, I am starving for my tacos, I'll tell you.
governor of your affairs.
I still think I can hear that note though, so that's not great. So I wonder if there's something that I can do to make that ring go away, because that ring is part of the
only rightful governor of...
Like it is the sample rate of my doing this calculation. So if we put it back, and then I start stepping down the sample rate a little bit.
Of your affairs. This amounts to downright spiteful. Who's the fool who stands and dares to deny the only right?
We start getting darker, but I feel I still hear that note in there somewhere.
Now there's no one fairer. Show my all he'll take away. Love's a trick and life's a terror. What then do you have to say?
How about drums instead? Those excite noises. I'm on my last 10 minutes, and so we're going to see what we can get out of this last 10 minutes. I don't want to spend the entire time listening. I'd like to also do coding, but for now... There's our slowest and totally subsonic. And we could just take one spline. I'm just wondering if what happens if we take the two on the end and use those? Now we're averaging out two different B-splines and ignoring one of them. That should soften it, but I don't know whether it's going to do anything for the overtone. We could probably try the guitar on it to see. I feel like I kind of hear that note in there. That said, would it be a good idea? Infrasonic is not a useful plugin, definitely. If you want to actually control lower frequencies, Herman Pass is a better call. Infrasonic will give you big spikes down at the subsonic regions, which maybe you want, I don't know, but remember, that's not a real plugin. One last thing to try. what if we just straight up only take one and don't worry about any of these, like raw output of the original spline algorithm, and just frickin' run with it? Leaving a bunch of other stuff not even done. All that stuff has not been used, and if we skip that, then a bunch of other stuff is not going to be used. So do that, now some of this isn't going to be used. And so there we are making a very simple thing. Yeah, no, do not use infrasong if you make D&B. I mean, it will make stuff jump around like an early James Blake track, but not necessarily in the most useful way. You want to be able to control what's going on down there, and you would not be able to do that very effectively. So let's see. Build. And plug it in there. And what have we got as the most raw possible output of our Bezier curve generating cream drums? I think this sounds better than the other one, to be perfectly honest with you. I suppose I could get funky with it by taking one of those offset ones and subtracting it or something, but I'm not sure what I would gain. We can find out. We can find out. Bitty boom. Here's what happens when you subtract them. So when you totally subtract them, you get this. This is probably not going to be very musical, but it's also not going to feed back or do anything crazy in that line. So if we are subtracting rather than adding them, it produces this. That's a usable sound. I didn't expect that. That is 100% the one having the other one subtracted from it. We still have a living, working sound. It does sound more bandpathed, yes. We can still go down to the subs a little bit. I still hear that high frequency ting there, but this is not actually meant to be run at full crank. Also, this is 96K, so it is actually still doing a thing. It does sound more bandpassed, you're right. Kind of cool. So a little shifting of bets, and then a quick try at literally 5 o'clock. It's time for me to have dinner. But as long as we've struggled with all those other weird things to do with ClearCoat, let's try this one. Final thing is subtracting the one from the other. That's not removing the feedback. That is subtracting one Bezier curve reconstructed reverb from another Bezier curve reconstructed reverb. And we appear to have still got just a bit of a frequency tucked in there. I can hear it pretty plainly. It's the sample rate. But when we take it down in frequency, it starts sounding kind of cool. Could do a little more playing with this, I think. For now, we're going to put away Wikipedia on B-splines, because that didn't actually get us anywhere. Put away stream audio for the week, because this is Thursday and we're done with the week. And I will talk to you folks later, because I'm off to go and have some tacos. And I'll get back with you again next week. Maybe we will play with this stuff more in the future. At any rate, this is the thing, and hope you enjoy whatever I come up with you for this weekend, which may or may not be any of these. Maybe I'll just let you have seriously 3. That was good. Anywho, talk to you later. Bye-bye.